rate lock for yourself. You'll also get a free beneficiary planner. Both are free with no obligation. Don't miss out. Call for information, then decide. Read about the 30-day 100% money-back guarantee. Don't wait. Call this number now.
Call now and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record important information and your final wishes. And it's yours free just for calling. So don't wait. Call 1-800-355-9660. That's 1-800-355-9660. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-355-9660. That's 1-800-355-9660. Call now.
Good evening, Patriots. Welcome to N2 and Ed Henry, The Briefing. Remember all the whining by even some Republicans and largely the mainstream media about how former President Donald Trump was focusing too much on insults over real issues like the economy? Well, guess what? He's now out there on the trail literally every day hammering real issues, while the left has spent the first 2 days at the Democratic National Convention focusing completely on insults about 45. Barack Obama was literally doing stupid penis jokes last night, for God's sakes, a former president. And the lapdogs in the media just cheer him on. You know why? Democrats have absolutely no new policies to deal with runaway inflation and a broken border. And meanwhile, Mr. Trump seems to be getting his mojo back. After a couple of weeks of finger pointing, even inside the Trump camp, not just on the outside, there was a bounce in the former president's step today in North Carolina as he absolutely eviscerated Vice President Kamala Harris on one substantive policy issue after another for being a radical San Francisco liberal who's pushing communist-style economic plans. Mr. Trump at one point declaring, "Comrade Harris, you're fired." We've been talking for 3 nights now about a split-screen convention for the Democrats. On the streets of Chicago, there are radical protesters that they do nothing about. They encourage all this. They're not just anti-Israel protesters. They're anti-American. Last night, they burned both Israeli and American flags right outside the Democrat convention. Inside the United Center, it's not really that much better. The mainstream media keeps parroting these ridiculous talking points about how there's so much electricity and vibes, whatever that means, vibes. How about some actual policy prescriptions to deal with all the problems created by Kamala and her far-left co-pilot or co-comrade, President Biden? Remember him? The guy they threw out the window and then claimed, hey, isn't the weather nice outside? At least that's what CNN's Chris Wallace said. Even Chris Wallace is saying they threw him under the bus. The point is, the Democrats have nothing, no answers, no new policies. Just what they've been doing for years. Orange man bad. Over and over like pathetic seals. Last night was the same as the night before. All of the speakers mentioned the former president overall 55 times last night. The border was name-checked 5 times. Are you surprised that inflation was only noted 2 times? Biggest issue facing your family, twice. It gets worse, far worse. It turns out Kamala lied to every one of us. She and Biden kept claiming they created all these millions of jobs. Then today we learned from their own Bureau of Labor Statistics, this is inside their administration, that at least 818,000 of the jobs they said were created were false, made up. Didn't happen. By the way, a big reason for this revision is that illegal immigrants were being counted in the initial numbers. A lot of people are texting me saying, does that mean they can vote too? Check into that one, and we will be. Yet another example of the crisis the border czar Kamala has done nothing about. As for the economy that they claim is so fabulous and on the rise, this was the largest downward employment revision in 15 years. The former president declaring on Truth Social, massive scandal. The Harris-Biden administration, he flipped that a little bit, has been caught fraudulently manipulating job stats to hide the true extent of the economic ruin they have inflicted upon America. New data shows that the administration padded the numbers, an extra 818,000, that do not exist, never did. The real numbers are much worse than that, and if Comrade Kamala gets another 4 years, millions more jobs will vanish overnight. Inflation will destroy our country. Your life savings wiped out. with a Trump victory, we will once again have the greatest economy in history. Now, the former president held his first outdoor rally today, and you'll notice there, this is the first one outdoors since Pennsylvania on July 13th when he was shot. The Secret Service is now traveling with special bulletproof glass for him to speak behind in case, God forbid, of a second assassination attempt. He delighted the North Carolina crowd, by the way, by firing back at the Obamas for leveling so many personal insults. And along the way, he made fun of the critics who have been griping to him about focusing on policy when all the Democrats do is just the opposite. Watch.
Did you see Barack Hussein Obama last night? Take little shots. He was taking shots at your president. And so was Michelle. You know, they always say, sure, please stick to policy, don't get personal. And yet they're getting personal all night long, these people. Do I still have to stick to policy? Sir, you must stick to policy. You'll win it on the border. You'll win it with inflation. You'll win it with your great military that you built.
I told you, the mojo is back. I said it at the top. Sir, focus on policy. He's mocking his own team in a way because he gets it. He's in on the joke. He understands that focusing on the issues ultimately is going to win it for him. But he's also noting he's not going to stop counterpunching against these liars. There'll be insults because they're insulting him. Let Trump be Trump. It's what people love. There's a combination in there that can knock out Kamala and the left for good. Focus on the issues like he is every day, but punch back, which he's going to continue to do. In fact, did you know that the New York Times, of all places, reported that when you go to Kamala's campaign website, the page for policy is blank? Pollster Frank Luntz, not usually a Trump fan, noted, so the Trump campaign did it for them. They've now launched Kamala2024policies.com, and you can view Kamala's vision for America: ending cash bail, opening the border, defunding the police. And the bottom line is the left has nothing, literally nothing new. So much so that when they were doing the roll call to formally nominate Kamala yesterday, this trans individual from New Jersey was overcome with what you might call Trump derangement syndrome.
My name is Dr. Joey Perella, pronouns she, her, hers. I'm a proud resident of the Garden State. I'm proud to stand with Kamala Harris and Tim Walz because they stand with the LGBTQ community. It's time to turn the page on Trump. Thank you.
Just trying to turn the page on Trump for, I can't name anything specific. I just hate the guy. He's an orange man bad. Isn't it interesting? The American people are figuring this nonsense out. The Democrats don't have answers. They're putting on their big show. This is supposed to get them a big bounce in the polls. But so far, at least, there appears to be nothing. Trump campaign advisor Tim Murtaugh pointing out the betting markets are actually swinging back towards Mr. Trump, 52-47. There was like a solid 3 weeks of Kamala taking the lead. Maybe the more people see of her at this convention, the less they like her. We'll find out tomorrow night for sure when she's in prime time. She preaches to us about climate change, for example. And then on her way back from Milwaukee to Chicago last night, this happened.
You know, the vice president was returning to Chicago after having campaigned in Milwaukee earlier in the day, and she was on Air Force Two when her husband, Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman, began speaking at the convention. So the plane actually circled for an extra 15 minutes, we're told, in the sky so she could finish watching his speech.
So she's got to stay on the Wi-Fi. How many hundreds or thousands of gallons of fossil fuel were wasted so she could watch Dougie? The utter hypocrisy of these Democrats, like Michelle Obama, who left her $12 million summer mansion on Martha's Vineyard to liberal-splain all of us last night. Watch.
Anyone can succeed if given the opportunity. She and my father didn't aspire to be wealthy. In fact, they were suspicious of folks who took more than they needed.
Suspicious of folks who took more than they needed. What do they have? Martha's Vineyard, Hamptons. They've got a house in Hawaii, too. Anyway, I digress. It's all empty political rhetoric. They've got no heart, unlike Mr. Trump, who today received word during that rally where he's standing behind the bulletproof glass that someone in the crowd was having a medical issue. So he actually stepped out from behind the bulletproof glass. Man's got no fear, apparently. And he checked on the person who fainted. This gesture touched a lot of people in North Carolina. Watch how it played out.
Yeah. Take your time, please.
That's good. Pretty moving to see him do that. Just a simple gesture. You think Kamala Harris would have done that? We know Governor Tim Walz, who will be at center stage tonight after Bill Clinton. He's not really authentic and real like that. He's been lying about just about everything. He even got caught lying when he falsely claimed recently that he and his wife used IVF to start their family. Turns out they didn't. Who lies about something that personal? Well, someone who lied about his military record, as Senator J.D. Vance pointed out today.
What won't stolen valor Tim Walz fib about? In fact, I believe at his next speech, he's probably going to say he survived an assassination attempt in Pennsylvania. I think that's what Tim Walz is going to claim next time.
Yeah, by the way, Senator Vance went on to say he's got a little theory on why Democrats chose Chicago for their convention with all those protests and all the crime there. It was so that Walz could actually, finally, accurately say he had visited a combat zone. Interesting. Let's welcome in a friend of the briefing, South Carolina Congresswoman Nancy Mace. Congresswoman, it's wonderful to have you. Good evening.
Thank you for having me.
Don't you love how Michelle Obama always says, when they go low, we'll go high? And then she and her husband, they go on the stage. All they did was attack the former president. I literally heard nothing positive about him, about America, no new policy ideas, no real defense of Kamala Harris's approach. We heard about her life story and how wonderful they think it is. Now, she's the most qualified person ever, according to Michelle, but nothing specific. What's going on here?
Right, and they want to try to sell a bill of goods to America saying that they're running on joy, when it's nothing but a campaign of hate. There was no policy. They have nothing to run on but Trump derangement syndrome, as you rightly pointed out in your opening monologue. That's what they're about. And they constantly attack us because our policies, our viewpoints, our compassion for the country is so much better. And I think I hope, looking at a sinking ship here with Kamala's campaign this week.
What do you make of, because on the sinking ship analogy, I think something shifted in roughly the last week when several days ago she started getting specific about her economic policy. And even the Washington Post said, when your opponent's calling you a communist, don't call for price controls. And then, Congresswoman, each day almost, we've heard about a new tax increase from her. And I wonder if the more she gets specific and the more we learn about how radical these policies are, and then today we find out that they lied about the job creation, and we've had the worst revision downward in jobs in 15 years, this thing seems like a house of cards.
Well, and you talk about the jobs revision. Wasn't it 1 million jobs that they inflated, they said was created, that actually wasn't? I mean, we're not talking about, I guess, a mathematical error. We're talking about lie after lie to the American people, whether it's about the economy, whether it's about Joe Biden's health, whether it's about her policies. She is a dyed-in-the-wool socialist. And in some cases, in some ways, when she ran in 20, people said she was to the left of Bernie Sanders. And so they're just trying to rewrite history here. But her tax policy, this is the last thing that you want to do in the kind of economic crisis we're having right now, where wages aren't keeping up with inflation. The cost of goods is still on the rise. Groceries and gas are higher than they've been in years. I remember when I filled up for gas on Election Day in November of 2020, it was $1.89 in South Carolina. Today, I can't go to the gas station for less than $3.79. $3.89 is what we're seeing in South Carolina, $2 more than it was 4 years ago. And to say that you're going to tax unrealized gains, you're going to increase capital gains, this is how middle America increases their ability to put wealth in their families. When somebody sells a house in a good market, that's how a lot of families can make money and have been over the last couple of years. We can't have this economy where the rich get richer, but that's the way that it's been under the Biden-Harris administration. The rich are getting richer. The poor are tacking on more debt, making them poorer right now. And raising taxes on job creators isn't the way to keep this thing afloat.
Absolutely. Tim Walz will be front and center tonight. I still remain shocked that she sort of doubled down, pardon me, on these far left policies by picking someone so liberal like Walz on illegal immigration, health care, and driver's license for them. The BLM riots in Minnesota, and let the police headquarters burn down. But now we learn, in addition to his military record, Congresswoman, he and his wife have lied about her using IVF. And it's such a deeply personal thing. And they're claiming falsely that Donald Trump is against IVF. So that's a lie. But they lied about how they started their own family.
Yeah, they will stop at nothing to ensure that Donald Trump doesn't get into the White House. They have repeatedly lied to America. In fact, I just went into the Lion's Den last week, and where the left, the radical left, it's not just the left anymore. Let's be honest. This is the radical left, where they continue to lie to the American people. And this guy, Tim Walz, I mean, I find it baffling. This is the party of defund the police, who are now calling in hundreds and thousands of police in Chicago to keep them protected. The party of we don't want a wall built a wall around their convention this week in Chicago. It's unbelievable, the number of lies. And here's the thing. The left, the radical left, are telling you they care about women, while this guy is lying about how he and his wife started a family. There are a lot of women who have depended upon IVF to start their family. And to have this guy pretend like he knows what they go through, the struggles that they have both financially and physically to try to start a family and have that baby, what IVF, that opportunity for women, and to act like he knows what they've been through, they don't. The left, the radical left, they hate women. They want men to take away women's achievements in sports and academics. They want men to shower in locker rooms next to underage girls and say this is normal. What they're going to do is going to destroy women. If they have the power to do it, they will.
And yet they call J.D. Vance weird somehow, despite all the things you just listed. In the under 30 seconds we have, Congressman, there are reports now that RFK Jr. is likely to get out of this race on Friday and endorse former President Trump. How significant do you think that is?
Game over. If RFK Jr. gets out and endorses Donald Trump, I'm going to say game over. This is going to give, I think, more wind in the sails of the Trump campaign. And, Vice President Harris, she has had a nice little honeymoon with the media. But this is where the rubber meets the road. And it couldn't happen at a better time. We're going into Labor Day, and after Labor Day, there are only a few short weeks until the election. But we've got to make sure that the American people know the truth about the Biden-Harris administration, what she's willing to do to this country. She's going to destroy it if she gets elected. And we need to have everybody on Team Trump. We have to go after the middle. We have to go after independents. And I think RFK Jr. can help with that.
All right. Congresswoman Nancy Mace, we appreciate you coming on, and look forward to having you back soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Still ahead on the briefing, America's fentanyl crisis. Not talking about that at the convention. It's exploded under the leadership of Vice President Harris, or lack of leadership. Our border correspondent, Jason Jones, gives us a reality check with a look at the largely unknown underground tunnels of Vegas. Hundreds of America's forgotten. They call that home, and a lot of these drugs are going through there. The border crisis, just one of many topics not being talked about in Chicago. Also, crime. Democrats may not be focused on what matters, but former President Trump is certainly talking about it on the trail.
I watched last night in amazement as they tried to pretend that everything was great, the crime was great, the border was great. There wasn't a problem at all, no inflation, no nothing.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all servicemen and women. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call the number on your screen or go online to order. Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel.
It was done the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
I would give this whole experience an A+. I definitely wish I would have called sooner.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Only weeks left to get waived installation and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-990-6834. That's 800-990-6834. Call now.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would. And now you can with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You just cover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Welcome back for your border briefing. We're in the middle of a devastating opioid epidemic fueled by the Biden-Harris administration's open border policy. Let's get out to our border correspondent, Jason Jones. He has a closer look at the explosion of the fentanyl crisis. Please be advised that some of the material in this package may be disturbing for some viewers.
The open border policies under Kamala Harris have triggered the largest border crisis in American history, fueling a second impact of deadly fentanyl across the United States. In Philadelphia, for example, the overdose deaths and drug-related crimes have surged to an all-time high, overwhelming emergency services and local health systems. For those urban streets in the tunnels of Las Vegas, for example, the crisis has spread with authorities struggling to contain the influx of deadly drugs and manage the devastating effects on communities nationwide. We've come to the tunnels of Las Vegas to show a community that has gone underground and to show the impacts to the American public. Tony, how long have you been back here?
I've been back here now, I guess going on 6 years.
What are the drugs that you're seeing down in the tunnels, or at least here in Vegas, and what seems to be fentanyl?
Fentanyl's the devil.
How much is a pill here in Las Vegas?
I think they were getting them as low as 50 cents a piece.
Are they that cheap here?
I mean, if you know the right people.
For moms and dads and families out there that are watching this right now, what do you want them to know about fentanyl and this new drug epidemic that's hitting that they just don't understand today? Because it's different today.
It's deadly. It's the most powerful thing that I've ever heard of or seen. I mean, it's deadly. I know 19 people personally in the last 24 months that have died. Now, that's a lot of people that took it personally.
Yeah.
Hang down there. I wasn't even seeing you. You all right? What's up, man?
Hang on, I got you. Hold on. Okay, hang on. Where'd you cut? Let me see. Right there. Right.
All right, now wrap it. There you go, wrap it hard. Have you seen a major shift in the drug market here?
Fentanyl has taken over the entire heroin market completely.
When did that hit here, where you really started to see that, you think?
Maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, something like that.
2.5, 3 years ago?
Something like that, yeah. I've got a friend who was on heroin. I saw him maybe 6 months ago for the first time in a little while, and he goes, I only do fentanyl now. And I thought, how bad must that stuff be? If you can stop heroin, cold turkey, no problem. The one thing that did surprise me, I was in San Diego and I got 3 different bags from 3 different dealers, and I had the test strips for fentanyl. They all 3 tested positive. But I could fill a theater with people who died from fentanyl that I know. It's bad. Look, 60 or 70% of homeless people have some type of mental handicap or disability. But just because you see one homeless person doing some crazy stuff doesn't mean that we're all crazy. A lot of us are decent people, so please treat us that way.
The Biden-Harris policies have been a disaster for the nation's national security and public safety. Since Vice President Harris has been named border czar, we have seen over 12 million encounters, if you include the 2 million known gotaways, but also over 100,000 Americans are dying annually from deadly fentanyl and other drugs pouring into this country from the Mexican cartels. One thing that is clear is that if these policies are allowed to continue, this nation will be changed forever, and Americans will lose lives at unprecedented levels. I'm Jason Jones with Newsmax.
Jason, thank you. Some outstanding reporting, horrifying what is really going on. Meantime, former President Trump laying out a tough on-crime agenda. He was in Battleground, Michigan yesterday, laying down the facts about the real Kamala Harris.
Take a look at this here. It said, is it true, did crime rise under Trump and fall under Biden? No, comma, the opposite is true. This was a study group that went out and doesn't care. They do the numbers. And there was another one that a historical comparison of the collapse of law enforcement in U.S. cities. The drop in arrest rates over the last few years is without precedent. Lowest arrest rates we've ever seen. They don't arrest people anymore.
He was citing data from the Crime Prevention Research Center, which their numbers also show violent crime fell by 17% in the Trump administration. Let's bring in now live the president of the Crime Prevention Research Center, John Lott. He's author of the book as well, More Guns, Less Crime. John, welcome, first of all. Thank you.
Well, thanks for having me on.
You know, you say, among other things, that Democrats are hiding the rise in violent crime under Biden-Harris with tricky statistics. We saw this today with the jobs numbers that were revised. They were lying about how many jobs were created by Biden-Harris. What's going on with crime stats?
Yeah, I guess I'd phrase it slightly differently. Look, there are 2 different measures that we have of crime. There's the FBI data on reported crime, crimes that are reported to police. And then you have the Bureau of Justice Statistics, which is also in the Department of Justice. Their national crime victimization data, which measures total crime, both reported and unreported to police. And before 2020, those numbers usually went together. When one went up, the other went up. Since 2020, they've consistently gone in opposite directions, and by huge amounts. I mean, you take the data for 2022, which is the last year that the Bureau of Justice Statistics data is available. Well, the FBI showed a 2% drop in reported violent crime. The national crime victimization data showed a 42% increase in violent crime. We've never seen such a large increase in 1 year or 2 years ever. Incredible. In the data.
Well, and we're citing some of those numbers of over 40% in our Chiron as well. What do you think's behind this? Because when I see your book about more guns, less crime, you and I both know the Second Amendment's on the ballot in November, and the Democrats are not mentioning crime from the podium in Chicago. And if they do talk about guns, they're going to talk about gun control. Your thoughts?
Right. Right. Well, I think there's a few things that are going on. One is starting in 2021, there was a huge drop in the percentage of police departments that were reporting data to the FBI. In 2020, 97% of police departments reported the data. By 2022, less than half of police departments were reporting complete data. A third didn't report any data to the FBI. So that's a huge problem. But I think there's a more major problem that's going on, and that is the other part that the president referenced, and that is the collapse in policing. If you look at large cities, let's say over 1 million as an example, though this is true across all cities, in the 5 years before COVID, 44% of reported violent crimes resulted in arrest. It started falling in 2020, and by 2022, it was down to only 20% of reported crimes.
Wow.
Only 8% of total violent crimes result in arrest, and only 1% of total property crimes in those cities result in arrest. And just because
That's crazy.
It's unbelievable. We've never seen such incredibly low numbers. There's been nothing even remotely close to this since that data began to be collected. And it's
Incredible.
not surprising to me that if you have over a 50% drop in just reported arrests for reported crimes, that you're going to see an increase in violent and property crimes occurring. Look, people can go to a CVS or a Walgreens in many major cities from New York to Chicago to Los Angeles and see that everything's behind glass now. That if you want to go and buy something, you have to have a sales clerk come over and unlock the glass and stand next to you while you go and read the ingredients on the packages and decide what to go and buy. People know that that wasn't the case a few years ago. But
That's right.
You know, so they see firsthand, these companies don't want to do this. They're being forced to do it because of the amount of theft that's occurring. And
you're right.
And, you know,
and John, you know, pardon me, but, you know, Chicago, where they're holding the convention, Donald Trump was talking at that event as well. Every single weekend, there's literally dozens of people shot. And I don't know how many of them are being arrested. Based on your numbers, it's probably very few. And it just goes on, and they're literally doing nothing about it. John Lott, make sure everybody check out his book. He's got multiple books on the importance of battling crime in America. John Lott, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for being there.
Still ahead on the briefing, the former president holding his first outdoor rally today, as I mentioned, since being struck by an assassin's bullet. We hear what he had to say about our nation's security as new video of his would-be assassin is being released. It's pretty shocking. And the former president gave an interview to our own Logan Raddick. We'll have a play out of that so you can hear what the former president himself is saying on Israel and a whole lot of big issues right after this.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-6394.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Hey everyone, Emerald Lagasse here, and I'm so excited to tell you about my biggest air fryer yet.
Introducing Emerald Lagasse's Dual Zone Air Fryer Oven with dual-sided cooking chambers. Now you can cook 2 different foods 2 different ways that finish at the same time. No more back-to-back cooking. Now main dish and sides finish at the same time. Enjoy juicy grilled burgers at the same time as air-fried French fries. Broiled savory salmon at the same time as roasted asparagus. Broiled chicken parm finishes at the same time as baked cheesy garlic bread. The secret is in the QuickSync technology that matches the cooking times and settings of each food, so they're programmed to finish at the same time.
I tell you, I cannot recommend this enough. It comes out perfect every single time.
It's awesome. But watch, remove the center divider and it transforms into a large 25-quart capacity oven for delicious family-sized Monday to Sunday meals that cook up to 60% faster. Slow cook a pot of Mama's meatballs, delicious savory chili, or bake the easiest homemade bread without turning on that big oven. You can even cook right from the freezer. Mozzarella sticks from frozen to ooey gooey in minutes, or frozen shrimp to sizzling scampi in just 10 minutes. Now you can try Emeril Lagasse's 25-quart dual-zone air fryer oven with dual cooking chamber, removable oven divider, and toasting rack in your home for 30 days for just $14.99. But wait, you also get Emeril's free downloadable dual-zone recipe book. Order now and we'll automatically upgrade you to his deluxe cooking kit absolutely free, complete with 2 baking sheets, 2 crisper baskets, large baking sheet, the grill plate, the rotisserie spit and fetch tool, plus a 100% satisfaction guarantee and a 1-year VIP protection plan. Plus, ask how you can get free shipping. This offer will not last, so order now.
You're gonna love it. I guarantee it.
Call 1-800-553-5710. That's 1-800-553-5710.
Welcome back. Former President Trump and his running mate J.D. Vance hitting the campaign trail hard this week, counter-programming that convention in Chicago. Today they were in Asheboro, North Carolina, addressing the state of our national security under the Harris-Biden administration, as the former president now calls it. Our national correspondent Logan Raddick spoke with him one-on-one. Watch.
No president has done anything even close to what I did for Israel. If you think about it, just moving the embassy, creating the capital in Jerusalem, that was such a big deal. I did that. But then we did Golan Heights. Then we did all of these other things nobody's ever done, the Abraham Accords, and the termination of the Iran nuclear deal, which, as you know, Bibi Netanyahu came and just begged Obama not to do at that time, And he was right about that. Bibi was actually right, but I terminated it, and unfortunately this administration did nothing with it. They could have made a deal very easily early on. Now Iran has a lot of money, and it's probably a different story.
Let's talk about that key proxy of Iran, and that is Hamas. This administration has tried to make ceasefire deals with them, hostage deals. They seem to keep failing. How would you handle Hamas? Do you think you can make a ceasefire, a hostage deal with a terrorist organization, or does more force need to be used by Israel and their allies?
Well, I hate to say this, but I have to. It would have never happened if I were president. This would have never happened. Iran didn't have the money when I was president because of various things, including sanctions, but Iran didn't have the money to give to Hamas or Hezbollah or any of them. So it would have never happened, but you know what? It did. And when it does, it does. And what you do is you got to get in there, you got to win, and you got to make a deal, and you got to get this thing over with because the whole world is blowing up over it. So you have to get in. Israel has to finish the job that they started because October 7th was a horrible thing. And now I see some of these people that are protesting are saying October 7th never even existed. They're actually trying to pull that one. And you can't pull that one. I've seen things that nobody's ever seen before. What they did was horrific. And they have to get it finished. They have to go in, they have to get it finished. And they have to do it quickly.
Let's talk about Iran, since we've been talking about Iran. They're trying to assassinate you. They've hacked into your campaign. Clearly, they don't like the policies that you had that were so tough on Iran. How would you handle Iran in a second term, and why do you think that they're after you so much? Again, your policies, but why were those policies so effective?
I'm not looking to be tough on Iran. I'm not looking to be tough on anybody, but they respected me. They would have made a deal on nuclear weapons within 1 week after the election, had the election not been rigged. They would have made it 1 week after the election. We would have had a deal on nuclear weapons. It would have been a great thing. It would have been a great thing for the world. And now we don't have that. And we have very weak leadership. We have pathetic leadership. She's a radical left, communist, Marxist, whatever you want to call her. You take a look, she destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed California. And this country is not going to turn out to be like California is right now. I mean, you can't even walk down the streets. Just take a look at San Francisco, what she did there. She took one of the greatest cities in the world and destroyed it. And we're not going to let that happen to our country. That's where she's from. She's from a Marxist philosophy. Her father's a Marxist professor. And we're not going to let her destroy it. Now she's going around smiling, and everything that she believed in up until a few months ago, even during the debate, she was the first one out. She quit. I guess she had 22 people running. She was the first one that quit. She never made it to the first state, which was Iowa. She never made it there. We cannot let her be president. Our country will be destroyed. Our country, inflation will go through the roof. Our businesses will die. There'll be no oil drilling. There'll be no fracking. There'll be no energy. We will have a third world country very quickly.
I want to talk about your previous running mate, and that was former Vice President Mike Pence. He wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post. He said that he quoted you saying Taiwan is 9,500 miles away, and he said, quote, "We cannot give in to the isolationists. Taiwan must not fall," end quote. So he also accused you of ignorance on what he called the far-reaching consequences of American disengagement. What's your message, though, from America, what you would do in a second term in terms of helping Taiwan defend itself from a potential Chinese invasion? Is your former vice president getting your stance on this wrong?
Well, number one, you shouldn't be talking, because when you talk, you give away secrets and you give away things that, whether they're true or not, I won't say. But somebody like that shouldn't be talking. I took him out of nowhere. He was going to lose for governor of Indiana. I took him, I made him vice president. I won the election. It wasn't like he won the election, the president wins. I took him along. So I was very disappointed with him because he did something. He didn't show bravery, let's put it that way, at the end when our country really was in trouble, because we had very, very troubled elections, very, very troubled, and he wasn't willing to do what turned out to be the thing he should have done. But he shouldn't be talking about what I said. He shouldn't be telling that to China. And I wouldn't deny or accept what he said is true about that. But certainly somebody in that position, just to write an article because nobody cares about him anymore, he shouldn't be talking about that. He shouldn't be telling secrets from the White House. It's almost, I mean, you could say some very bad things about somebody that does that. We shouldn't be telling our inner thoughts to China or Russia or anybody else.
There he is, standing strong on national security again, and joining us now live is national security analyst and chairwoman of actforamerica.org, Bridget Gabriel. She's also the author of Rise. Bridget, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Ed. Delighted to be with you.
Good to have you, as always, here on N2. As the former president talks about, October 7th never would have happened if he was still in office. I've noted, as I'm sure you have, the word Israel really hasn't come up when you check the transcript. None of these speakers at the podium are standing up in Chicago for our most important ally in the Mideast. What do you make of that?
This is the biggest betrayal of the Jewish community in the United States and Israel. And by the way, the Jewish donors in the United States are the major supporters of the Democratic Party. So for the Democratic Party to throw them under the bus, as well as the State of Israel, our greatest and strongest ally. And by the way, after 9/11, it was only the State of Israel who gave us the greatest intelligence so we can defeat our enemies, and all through our fight against ISIS and later Al-Qaeda. So what's happening at the Democratic National Convention is shameful. It's disgusting, throwing Israel under the bus. Now more than ever, we need to come together with the Jewish people in our country and Israel, the Jewish state, together in fighting terrorism, because terrorism and radical Islamic terrorism in particular is a threat to world peace and our national security.
Absolutely. I mean, another thing they're not talking about as well is the assassination attempt on the former president. They may disagree with him politically. This is just, what, about 6 weeks ago. And he was standing behind bulletproof glass today in North Carolina, as we noted earlier. And there's new video out from that day of the attempted assassin walking through the crowd in Butler County less than 2 hours before opening fire on the former president, walking past the vendors who were at these rallies. There's other, and he appears to be right there after this man in the blue shirt. There he appears to be. And there's been other photos and video coming out of him looking at his cell phone right before he started firing these shots, as if he was coordinating with someone. It's just remarkable to me that so few in the media are talking about this, and that so few in the government are giving us any answers about what really happened, Bridget.
Exactly. You know, a few weeks ago, we used to talk about the total failure of intelligence. I don't think at this point we are talking about a total failure of intelligence because we do not know if that's the case. It could be totally coordinated by the deep state to take out President Trump because they have a vested interest in that. The fact that after all these weeks, we have not yet gotten down to the bottom of it, where everybody's blaming everybody. The police is blaming the Secret Service is blaming the police. Obviously, this guy did not have the marbles to pull it on by himself. He must have had some help. And the fact that his body is cremated and gone. I mean, this is unbelievable that in such a case, we cannot get down to it. But look, it's a crying shame in America that today President Trump, a candidate running for president of the United States, and the former president had to have bulletproof glass surrounding him as he is speaking at a rally running for the president of the United States. You know, Ed, even 20, 30 years ago, the Democratic Party would have revolted, would have stood up to fight to make sure that a Republican president will not have to have that level of security just to speak freely as he campaigns for office. This is how far our country has gone.
It's absolutely incredible. Bridget, we hope to have you back soon. Thanks for your insights tonight.
Thank you for having me with you.
Keep it right here, Patriots. GOP leaders are calling for Kamala Harris's running mate, Tim Walz, to come clean about a lie he told. I'm trying to figure out which one. There's a whole bunch of them. This is the Minnesota governor set to take the stage tonight. He'll officially accept the nomination as vice president. So we'll check in with our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen. He's in Windy City. He's got all kinds of great insights. As always, we'll check in with him next.
We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
What if you could whiten your teeth by simply brushing your teeth? Now you can with Smile Actives, the teeth whitening breakthrough that safely gets your teeth white and keeps them white every day just by brushing your teeth.
I never thought that whitening my teeth could be so easy. I just put the gel on the brush, the toothpaste on it, brush, and I can see my white teeth.
Simply add Smile Actives to any toothpaste and our patented PolyClean technology activates into a powerful microfoam that penetrates into the enamel surface to safely lift and remove stains.
You need a simple way to whiten your teeth. Without strips, without trays, without going to the dentist. And it was about time that a product was developed that you would be able to do that with just brushing.
And now Smile Actives is even better with new Pro Whitening Gel with 33% greater whitening power, clinically shown to whiten teeth faster, up to 8 shades. 100% of users saw whiter teeth. On food stains, coffee and wine stains, even on veneers, crowns, and dentures.
I eat the blueberries, I drink the coffee, and I know that Smile Actives will keep my teeth white every day.
If you could use something so easy like Smile Actives to take yellow teeth to white teeth, why wouldn't you?
Why spend hundreds of dollars for whitening treatments at the dentist when now you can whiten your teeth with new Smile Actives Pro Whitening Gel every time you brush your teeth? Call or go to smileactives.com and for a limited time get new Pro Whitening Gel for just $24.95. Order in the next 5 minutes and buy one, get one absolutely free for just $24.95. That's 2 for 1 and save 58%. We'll even include free shipping. Get your teeth whiter guaranteed or return it within 60 days for your money back.
I smile every day now.
The difference is literally night and day.
So now I'm always smiling, always choosing, because now my teeth are much whiter.
This offer is not available in stores, so call or click now before the special buy one, get one free offer goes away.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
If you're living with diabetes, this is the sound that could change your life.
Great news for people living with diabetes. Now you can wear a continuous glucose monitor and eliminate routine finger sticks. The days of repeated, painful finger sticks are over.
Just call 800-461-9848.
If you use insulin daily to manage your condition, a continuous glucose monitor could help you control your diabetes and reduce or eliminate those painful finger sticks. If you have Medicare or private insurance, US Med can deliver a CGM system right to your door. And if you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you. Shipping is free, and we'll even bill your insurer directly. Call now to get your continuous glucose monitoring system so you can take control of your diabetes and get back to enjoying life.
Just call 800-461-9848. That's 800-461-9848.
Welcome back to the briefing. Egregious misrepresentations. That's what 50 GOP members of Congress are calling Kamala Harris's VP pick's claims about his military service, a really important issue. In a letter to Governor Tim Walz, the members of Congress asked him to come clean about his service, writing there is, quote, no honor in lying about the nature of your service. Walz says he's a retired command sergeant major. However, he did not complete the requirements to actually earn that title. He also said he carried weapons in war. However, he never saw combat, as we previously reported. Walz is set to take the DNC stage tonight in prime time in Chicago as he formally accepts the nomination for vice president. With more on what to expect from the governor of Minnesota, let's welcome in our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen. A lot of big speakers coming tonight, James.
That's right, Ed. And of course, Governor Walz will be the keynoter tonight. Recent polls show as much as half of the electorate telling pollsters they don't know enough about the Minnesota governor in order to form an opinion about him. So convention organizers hope to replace that blank slate, if you will, with a more flattering image of him tonight. Earlier today, the governor conducted a brief tour of the stage here at the United Center. The delegates assembled here tonight will hear nothing of the controversies that have dogged Walz since his rollout on August 6th. These include his false claim to have served, quote, in war, which the campaign has dismissed as a simple misstatement, and Walz's separate false claim in a fundraising appeal that he and his wife used IVF to start their family. A statement the campaign, quote, clarified by telling the New York Times this week that the Walzes had in fact used a different fertility treatment known as IUI. Instead, the emphasis will be on the governor's roots in Nebraska and Minnesota, his career in education and high school football, and his service in the Army National Guard. And like all number twos on all tickets, Walz will also be expected to attack the opposition.
We don't call each other names. We don't do it. And we don't use the least fortunate amongst us as punchlines for our jokes because they're our neighbors. They're our neighbors. And so you're getting an opportunity to see the best side of America. And for the young people here, they maybe haven't seen a campaign like this because of COVID, because of things that's happening. This is a chance to bring out that joy, turn the page, and look to the future. The
Harris campaign unleashed another attack today in the form of a pair of TV and digital ads, part of a $90 million ad buy in, you guessed it, the battleground states. The one we're about to show you, one of these spots, was aimed at Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders.
Kung flu, China plague, or the China virus.
When Trump called COVID the Kung flu, he unleashed a wave of hate against our community. I was scared. People didn't feel safe.
The former president incites hate. We are working to combat hate. Someone who promotes xenophobia should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States of America.
So as you noted, Ed, we will be hearing, of course, from Governor Walz when he accepts the vice presidential nomination and the closing address tonight. We'll see if he gets on before 11 p.m. Eastern time. No such luck for the first two keynoters of this convention, President Biden and former President Obama. We will also hear from two aged titans of the Democratic Party in what may be the last major convention appearance for either one of them, the Speaker Emerita, Nancy Pelosi, and 78-year-old former President Bill Clinton. Ed.
All right, they say you can talk an owl out of a tree. We'll see tonight. James, thank you. And James will be part of our special coverage starting at 9 p.m. Eastern. Don't miss that. Quick break. We'll hear from veterans after this, what they think about Tim Walz and his lies right after this.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor for 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
We thought we had more time. No one was expecting my husband Dave to suffer from a heart attack in the middle of his workday. We didn't have life insurance, and on top of the grief, there were so many bills to pay.
My dad's name was David. He always talked about getting life insurance, but never did. And now, it's too late.
My dad, we like to call him Big Dave. Just never woke up one Tuesday morning. The grief, the bills, I still can't believe my parents didn't have life insurance.
Don't be Dave, and don't wait until it's too late to get the life insurance coverage you need. The average funeral costs $10,000, and if you don't have enough insurance to cover funeral costs, credit card debt, and other expenses, your family is
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Don't mistake Nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order right now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks?
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox. But I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly.
Greg Kelly over at Newsmax. The Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbie. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee.
Sometimes it's hard to see past the looming repair and replacement costs all around your house. Finally, you can stop seeing money and start saving money with First American Home Warranty. First American covers the systems and appliances you depend on every day. Air conditioning, refrigerator, washer and dryer, electrical, plumbing, even your garage door opener, and more.
We've had our hot water tank replaced, washer fixed, with our upstairs and downstairs AC units fixed or replaced.
If there's one guarantee in homeownership, it's that things are going to break down. That's why I tell all my customers, get First American before your next repair.
There's always something that's going to break.
When an appliance or system breaks down, First American sends a trusted contractor to fix it. And if they can't repair the covered item, we'll make sure they replace it.
When you put in a request for service, it's like that.
We had a contractor out within 24 hours because he said, I didn't want you guys to go another day without heat.
As a contractor, they're so easy to deal with. They truly want me to do right by their members.
Members pay low monthly rates with unlimited claims and 24/7 customer service. And filing a claim does not increase your rate.
We've saved thousands of dollars with First American that we've been able to reinvest into our home.
I looked at more than one, and this was the best.
First American has been a trusted name for decades and is highly rated by customers on major review sites.
They follow through on what they say they're going to do. That's everything.
With all the repairs that have come through First American, the plan has been paid for many times over.
And now you can lock in your low monthly rate. All plans include a no questions asked money back guarantee and flexible payment options so you can never pay for covered repairs again.
Call 1-800-917-5047. That's 1-800-917-5047 for your free no obligation quote. So call now.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Don't mistake Nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order right now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
I would give this whole
Good evening in the East, good afternoon here in sunny Southern California, and happy Wednesday to you wherever you are. I'm Rick Leventhal, and this is the Leventhal Report. It's day 3 of the Democratic National Convention, so get ready for more nonsense, more hyperbole, more ignoring hard truths about America, and more raucous cheering for candidates few would have supported 3 months ago. Last night, we were treated to primetime speeches from the DNC's biggest stars, Michelle and Barack Obama. They're both smart and charismatic and know how to work a crowd. And they're great at saying things that sound amazing but don't really mean anything, like, fight for the America we believe in. Let me try that again. Fight for the America we believe in. And the crowd roars. But what is that? An America with soaring inflation and violent crime and an absolutely ridiculous and dangerous southern border policy allowing violent criminals a free ride into America? And the Obama's messaging was full of mean-spirited attacks, false narratives, and absolute hypocrisy. How can you say you're against polarizing politics and division in America when you then go on the attack, name-calling Donald Trump and demonizing his policies and supporters? Obama called him a 78-year-old billionaire whining about his own problems, called him dangerous, and made a crude joke about an obsession with crowd size. Obama was never the unifier he claimed to be and reportedly played a key role in pushing Biden out of the way, even though he boasted last night he was proud to call Biden his friend. If they were so tight, why didn't Joe stick around for the Obama speeches instead of jetting off to his billionaire buddy's house on the beach here in California? And why wasn't Kamala there to show how close she and the Obamas are and show her gratitude for the manipulations that led to her nomination? And make a big show of the party unity on stage. Maybe because it doesn't really exist. Maybe because even though the Obamas said a bunch of nice stuff about her, they don't really mean it. Obama is credited with helping to orchestrate Harris's promotion to the top of the ticket and told the world Kamala is, quote, ready for the job. But is she? Ready based on what? Harris has been widely panned as an ineffective, gaffe-prone vice president with a historically low approval rating, famous for nonsensical statements, an awkward laugh, and word salad.
This was one of my favorite lines in Obama's speech because of its unintended meaning.
We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse.
Yes, the Harris sequel would be worse. We don't need 4 more years of her bluster and bumbling and chaos. I assume he meant the chaos at our southern border, right? He was talking about Harris, right? Because it sure sounded like it. And if she's so ready to be president, why hasn't she held a news conference or a one-on-one interview since she was given the nomination without winning a single vote a full month ago? Biden announced he would not run for a second term on July 21st. It's now August 21st, and Harris is still dodging the press that follows her everywhere. Not a single real interview. No time for a meaningful 30 or 60 minutes in front of cameras and reporters to answer hard questions about her record and performance and plans for the future. No time to make clear how she plans to fix the border she keeps claiming Donald Trump broke. Her campaign has so far managed to fool America with well-orchestrated, scripted appearances in front of adoring crowds. They've been given almost complete freedom to push a false narrative about their abilities and accomplishments without being challenged by the mainstream media, with countless news organizations completely abandoning their responsibility to their viewers and readers by not aggressively pursuing a Harris interview and by letting her off the hook for not giving a real news conference. The fact that both Harris and Walz have been allowed to fake their way toward November is shameful. The fact that they and Barack Obama last night keep pushing this narrative that Donald Trump is somehow responsible for the border crisis is absolute insanity. They all keep saying it's his fault because he killed the border bill earlier this year, a bill introduced after Biden and Harris allowed an estimated 10 to 20 million illegals to enter this country since they assumed power. 10 to 20 million illegals allowed in, and then they introduce a bill that would not have fixed the problem and would have done nothing to track down the worst of the criminals who they allowed in. And it's all Trump's fault. And they're not getting challenged on it, not being forced to explain how any of that makes sense, and not being held to account for all of the damages their open-door policies have done to the economy and to families destroyed by migrant crime. Mark Morgan will join me later this hour to discuss this in greater depth, but now, let's go to Chicago. Let's join correspondent James Rosen, who is in the Windy City at the Newsmax booth, high above the convention floor inside the United Center. James has been monitoring all the speeches and all that action inside. James, what's the latest?
Rick, good evening. Of course, the keynoter tonight will be Minnesota Governor Tim Walz when he will accept formally the nomination of the Democratic Party to serve as the vice presidential nominee on the Democratic ticket. Recent polls show as much as half the electorate still does not know enough about Governor Walz, they tell pollsters, to form an opinion about him. So convention organizers are hoping to replace that blank slate, if you will, with a more flattering image of him tonight. Earlier today, the governor conducted a brief walkthrough of the stage here at the United Center and checked out the podium and the lectern and the microphone and so forth. Now, the delegates assembled here tonight will hear nothing of the controversies that have dogged Walz since his rollout on August 6th. These include his false claim to have served, quote, in war, which the campaign has dismissed as a simple misstatement, and Walz's separate false claim in a fundraising appeal that he and his wife used IVF to start their family. A statement the campaign, quote, clarified by telling the New York Times this week that the Walzes had in fact used a different fertility treatment known as IUI. Instead, the emphasis will be on the governor's roots in Nebraska and Minnesota, his career in education and high school football, and his service in the Army National Guard. And like all number twos on all presidential tickets, Mr. Walz will also be expected to attack the opposition.
We don't call each other names. We don't do it. And we don't use the least fortunate amongst us as punchlines for our jokes because they're our neighbors. They're our neighbors. And so you're getting an opportunity to see the best side of America. And for the young people here, they maybe haven't seen a campaign like this because of COVID, because of things that's happening. This is a chance to bring out that joy, turn the page, and look to the future.
Now, the Harris campaign unleashed another attack today in the form of a pair of digital and TV ads, part of a $90 million ad buy in, you guessed it, the swing states. One spot, we're going to show it to you in its entirety, was aimed at Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders.
Kung flu, China plague, or the China virus.
When Trump called COVID the Kung flu, he unleashed a wave of hate against our community. I was scared. People didn't feel safe.
The former president incites hate. We are working to combat hate. Someone who promotes xenophobia should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States of America.
Now, as we mentioned, Governor Walz will be accepting the nomination as vice president for the Democratic Party tonight. It'll be interesting to see if he makes it onto television, onto the stage to give that speech before 11 p.m. Eastern time. No such luck for the first two keynoters of this convention, President Biden and last night, former President Obama. We will also hear from two aged titans of the Democratic Party in what may be the last convention speeches that either will give. Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi and 78-year-old former President Bill Clinton. Now, Rick, you've worked a number of these conventions as a reporter yourself. You know that it's a great privilege to be here. It's an honor to be here, but they're long days, they're long hours. I will tell you that what made it all worthwhile today was that we got to watch Stevie Wonder rehearse for his performance tonight.
Well, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. But James, on a more serious note, you're an excellent reporter. I'm wondering how frustrated you are by the lack of transparency by Harris and Walz, the fact that they're not holding news conferences, and how aggressively are you rattling their cages to try and get an interview?
Well, I wouldn't have much hope of securing that interview for myself or for Newsmax, I suspect, insofar as I haven't been called on by Karine Jean-Pierre in the White House press briefing room since last November. Be all that as it may, from the perspective of the Harris campaign, they see that their strategy so far in a very compressed and somewhat frantic time period for them has been working, that the race has been upended, that a lot of polls, reliable polls, show the vice president out in front of former President Trump now in key demographics and in battleground states. And they think that the only people who are complaining about a lack of media access to the Democratic nominee are those who are members of the Beltway chattering classes or reporters beyond the Beltway. The truth is that they'll only be able to pursue this sort of hide from the press strategy for so long. And if they continue with it, they still will not be able to hide from the debate lecterns opposite former President Trump under the ABC News auspices on the 10th of September.
Good point, James. Thanks very much. Appreciate your reporting there. Let's welcome in now pastor, author, and senior fellow for 1776 Action, Reverend John Amanchikwu. John, thanks so much for being on the show. I spoke to you last week on Prime News. I'm so glad that you could join me on the Leventhal Report. I'm really curious, Reverend, your thoughts on any of the speeches that you've seen so far.
Well, it's sad that in order for the Democrat Party to have a true convention, that someone has to die, that child sacrifice has to be the name of the day. 25 babies have been murdered in a ratchet, ghetto, raunchy van that Planned Parenthood set up. And they call this democracy? These people are lunatics. And many people today are confused, especially in the church. Who should we support? Should we support the party of death, the party that pushes gender insanity? Should we support the party that keeps our borders open? Or should we support the party that values the nuclear family, that values the constitutional republic that we have, and that values children? It's simple. It's plain. There's only one political party in this country that we should support, considering this insanity, this bloody sacrifice of children that we witnessed the past few days. And that party is the Republican Party, to vote Trump.
Yeah, there were, from my understanding, giving out vasectomies, too, in the streets around the convention center there. I'm not sure if you saw Barack Obama's speech last night, but he spent a lot of time attacking former President Donald Trump. And he said, and I played the clip in my monologue, about how the sequel is never as good as the original. And I could have sworn he was talking about the Biden-Harris 4 years. And I wonder if you had the same reaction.
I have. It's true, but we all know that Kamala wasn't present last night. Michelle Obama speaks, Barack Obama speaks, people are cheering and celebrating, and Kamala Harris is out doing the Biden basement strategy. Now, I've always labeled this administration the Obama-Biden-Harris administration. Barack has been the puppet master behind the scenes, dangling Joe Biden and Kamala Harris at times, and many times bumbling and stumbling, right? And so we've all witnessed this, but Barack knows this. He knows that the DNC is an utter failure and that they don't have him at the forefront of the party to dupe and hoodwink people with flowery speech. All we received last night from Barack Hussein Obama was nothing but propaganda. More talk, more rhetoric that we can't use to put into our vehicles as we're paying high gas prices. Rhetoric that we can't use at our local grocery stores to purchase a loaf of bread or eggs. We need more
That's a good
security.
point, Reverend. For sure. Minnesota Governor and Harris running mate Tim Walz is on the schedule to speak tonight. I wonder if he's going to mention that letter he got from 50 veterans serving in Congress who asked him to come clean about all the false claims he's made about his time in the military, writing, "There's no honor in lying about the nature of your service." He has shown a history of the ability to lie and stretch the truth about his DUI, about serving in a war when he didn't, and saying he retired at a rank he never achieved. Is this the kind of guy, Reverend, that you want as vice president?
No, it's not. Not only has he stolen valor and become a military imposter, this is the guy who believes that boys need to have tampons in bathrooms. This is the same guy who told the National Guard to stand down and not to do anything about the loons and the goons who were ramshacking communities during the summer of 2020. This is the guy that allowed businesses to be destroyed and the entrepreneurial leadership of individuals who worked hard in this country to have all that they have worked for eliminated.
Yeah, that was tragic.
Is a farce.
Yeah. Reverend, all eyes are on the battleground states now with the Trump-Vance campaign in North Carolina earlier today. CBS News releasing a new poll of battleground states. Trump leading in Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina, but Harris is up in Michigan and Nevada, and they're tied in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. But according to the Semaphore poll, which also has Trump up in Arizona and Georgia, Harris is up in Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Should we trust these polls, and what can Trump do to improve his numbers in these key states? We have about 30 seconds left, Reverend.
You can't trust these polls. You're dealing with people who can't tell you what a woman is. You're dealing with people who don't understand when life begins. No, you can't trust these polls. What we should do is continue to roll up our sleeves and work to protect our constitutional republic and protect our families. If we do that, I believe that we will have a red wave and victory in November.
Reverend John Amanchikwu, thanks so much for joining the Leventhal Report. Great to see you. Don't go anywhere. We continue our live coverage of the DNC with Newsmax hosts John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza right after the break, and we have a lot to discuss with them. We'll be right back.
Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait. Is your faith being weaponized? There's a dark force manipulating the Word of God. They're known by different names: Christian left, progressives, and woke Christianity. Don't be fooled. These fake Christians want to convert you. Woke Jesus has been written to expose this very real threat. You'll need this book to stop them before it's too late. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call now or go online to order.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait, act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Welcome back to the Leventhal Report. I'm Rick Leventhal. Our coverage of the Democratic National Convention continues now with our Newsmax A-team on Media Row at the United Center in Chicago. John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza, welcome back to the Leventhal Report. Great to see you both as always. Bianca, I want to start with you tonight. Nancy Pelosi is scheduled to speak after urging Kamala Harris to govern from the center. Do you think that Harris is listening to Pelosi?
Well, she may be feigning support and listening. She should be, after all. Pelosi sort of ushered Biden out, which put Harris at the top. But there is sort of this interesting dynamic that you just alluded to, where Pelosi behind the scenes pulling the strings, saying, well, I thought it was good to protect Joe's legacy. But I guess, that's how friends work in D.C. And Pelosi herself, she's obviously seen a lot of success as a politician, a female. First Speaker of the House, female, was the highest female in presidential succession before Kamala Harris became vice president in 2021. She's a woman who likes power, and I think she likes control. And that is a detriment maybe to what Kamala Harris maybe has planned if she was able to win this race.
John, the Obamas spoke last night, and Barack seemed to bring the house down more than once, and he spent a lot of time attacking former President Trump. What did you think of their remarks?
I thought it was vintage performance from both the Obamas. I did, think it was interesting that Barack Obama said he was the only person dumb enough to follow his wife. But I also noticed she seemed to have, maybe they were practicing their speeches together, because she kind of mimics the same idiosyncrasies that Barack Obama has had. And the only problem, it felt a lot like 2008 or maybe 2012, but the only problem, Rick, is it's not. It's 2024, and the Democratic Party is looking for a new identity. And what you saw, you were reminded of a time in which Barack Obama seemed undefeatable in local politics, and it's going to be a much different feeling tonight. I did have a chance to talk to Jamie Harrison, who's the DNC chair, and ask how do they repeat the type of audience reaction that they got from last night to keep with the tradition where you try to build each day into the crescendo that is tomorrow night. And he said, oh, it'll be fine, but I think there's a lot of, maybe concern about tonight being a little bit of a letdown compared to last night for the crowd here based on who's speaking.
Well, Bianca, Obama seems short on facts and heavy on hyperbole. What was your reaction?
Yeah, I thought it was just a lot of low blows. And, you know, for a party that's talking about unity, just all this sort of vitriol towards Donald Trump. It's obvious that they don't want to talk about major policies because everything that Kamala has tried to roll out has had to be walked back. But they were there clearly for the star power, and they'll continue to try to razzle-dazzle people, even though tonight we'll also hear from Tim Walz. And, you know, we're learning about his character issues, stolen valor, the IVF, lying about that, and as they like to say, misspeak. You know, all these things that sort of are very unappealing, things you wouldn't want in a leader, but yet it's okay if the Democrats can call Donald Trump names, but we can't even look at somebody with this type of character issue and even have some pushback because they don't do any interviews.
Yeah, and they're not talking about their failings, only embellishing their records. John, a source familiar with DNC planning, is saying that Harris was not there last night to avoid the optics of appearing alongside one of the guys who Biden views as responsible for driving the end of his re-election bid, Barack Obama. You think that's true?
You know, I think there are several reasons why, and optics is certainly one of the most important ones. And when you think about, in the grand scheme of things, the themes that are being projected across the nation from this convention, there's supposed to be tributes to Joe Biden, but every time they try to do that, those seem to be outshined by the negativity and the vitriol that they spew against Donald Trump. For a convention that's supposed to be all about joy, and we certainly see a lot of people that are happy in the audience, there is a lot of vitriol and anger coming from that stage tonight, and I'm curious to see if that starts to change at all as you get closer to Kamala Harris's speech. But I think there is certainly, everyone was aware of the sensitivities of last night, and it's a similar situation tonight with Nancy Pelosi here. Everyone knows that she was instrumental in Joe Biden's removal from the ticket. How does she honor Joe Biden while at the same time, you know, everyone knows that she was basically the person who put the final nail in his presidential campaign coffin?
I guess we'll find out. Thanks so much, John and Bianca. Great to see you both. Terrific work there.
Hey,
stick around. We're going to have much more of the Leventhal Report right after this break. See you soon.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
On September 15, 1950, General of the Army and Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations Forces, Douglas MacArthur, launched a surprise amphibious attack against the Communist North Korean Army at the Bay of Incheon in South Korea. Approximately 3 months earlier, the North invaded South Korea and soon captured its capital, Seoul. MacArthur, against the advice of his military advisors, chose Incheon for his counterattack. The move was risky. Incheon was heavily fortified, and American soldiers would face towering cliffs on its beaches. His maneuver caught the enemy completely by surprise. MacArthur quickly cut the North Korean army in half as their beleaguered army hastily beat a retreat north. For the moment, the government of South Korea had been saved. In an address to a joint session of Congress, General Douglas MacArthur uttered those famous words, "Old soldiers never die,
they just fade away, and then added,
I now close my military career and just fade away.
You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
Heart attacks can happen at any time. If you suffer cardiac arrest outside of a hospital, you have just a 7% chance of surviving.
That's why this world-renowned cardiologist brings you the simple Heart Cure diet and meal plan. Start improving your heart health now with this easy-to-follow program that combines expert advice with hundreds of delicious heart-healthy recipes. See improvements in as little as 28 days. Claim your free copy today. Go online or call the number on your screen.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Welcome back to the Leventhal Report. It's day 3 of the DNC, and all we know about Kamala Harris's border policy is that she blames Donald Trump for the failures of the Biden-Harris administration over the past 3 years. Is there any reason to believe that she can and will fix the border if elected? I know who to ask. Former acting commissioner of the CBP, Mark Morgan. Welcome back to the Leventhal Report, Mark. Does it make your blood boil to hear all of these leading Democrats, including Harris and Barack Obama last night, blaming Trump for the border problems?
Rick, it did. Look, this is why I get so passionate. This isn't about politics for me. Secure on our border. This is about our nation's safety and national security. This is a red, white, and blue issue. And let's be honest, from the very beginning, as a prosecutor, as a senator, as a presidential candidate the first time, Vice President Harris has been very clear about where she stood. She supports decriminalizing illegal immigration. She supports sanctuary cities. She supports abolishing ICE, referred to as the KKK. She supports getting rid of all detention facilities, free health care, free education for illegal immigrants, and as well as her vice president pick wants to make his state a sanctuary state and is giving out free driver's license to every single illegal alien. That's where she stands on her policies. Those are her words, not mine. And for the past 3.5 years, every single day, she's made extreme strides toward those policy positions, which directly cause the chaos and losses at our borders.
Well, she must think voters are really stupid because, it's all out there. It's public record, like you said. And I don't know anyone who can believe anything that Harris says or have any faith in what she might accomplish when she does this, when she changes her record or tries to hide her record and then says stuff like this. I know this ad really got you going. I want to play it for our viewers.
Kamala Harris has spent decades fighting violent crime. As a border state prosecutor, she took on drug cartels and jailed gang members for smuggling weapons and drugs across the border. As vice president, she backed the toughest border control bill in decades. And as president, she will hire thousands more border agents and crack down on fentanyl and human trafficking. Fixing the border is tough. So is Kamala Harris.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I approve this message.
Too tough for her, apparently.
Yeah. Rick, literally, you're right. I'm being honest. My blood pressure, every time I see that, is literally going up. The first couple of times I watched it, I focused on the lies about that she was tough on prosecuting crime when we know she wants to decriminalize illegal aliens coming in this country. And, of course, the big lie that she supported the toughest border security bill. That was a lie. It was not a meaningful border security bill. We know H.R. 2 that was passed by the House last March that Senator Schumer killed was actually a tough border security bill. It took me about the second or third time watching it before I realized, wait a minute. She's got a picture of the wall, Rick. She, in her ad showing she's tough on border security, she's actually showing a picture of the wall, which she, as vice president, stopped construction and has said that it's inhumane and it's ineffective.
Spin, spin, spin. Make it up as you go along, smile and wave, and don't answer any questions. Just say whatever it is you want to say, and most people might believe it.
That's exactly right, Rick. And I'm afraid because we're driven by our allegiance to our political affiliation, our ideology, which really clouds the same set of facts that we see, and it makes us ignorant to the truth, fact, and reality. I don't know how anybody who is actually intellectually honest can look at that and say that that's an honest ad. After 3.5 years of the worst border security crisis in our lifetime, 11 million total nationwide encounters, 2 million gotaways, 100,000 Americans died from fentanyl in a 12-month period, and Border Patrol's apprehended more illegal aliens on the terror watch list than any other time in our history. Every aspect of our safety and national security being jeopardized, and it's all backed up by fact and data. It's unbelievable.
And she has successfully dodged any and every attempt to get her to face those kinds of allegations, face those kinds of facts, and be forced to comment on it, be forced to give her spin, her answers to these very tough questions. And America deserves her answers before they cast a vote in her favor. There are also reports out today about jobs that the U.S. added. And I want to ask you about this, because the U.S. actually added over 800,000 fewer jobs than previously reported from the spring of 23 to the spring of 24, which is a sign that the labor market started cooling off a lot earlier and faster than it appeared at the time. And the reason for this revision, the reason I'm asking you about it, is because the original numbers include jobs by illegal aliens. I'm wondering if you think this is part of the Harris plan to pad the jobs numbers with illegals.
Well, look, the data will show, this is a great question, Rick. The data will show unequivocally they're definitely exploiting it and taking advantage of it. Look, if you look over the past a few years, Americans have actually lost 1 million jobs, while non-citizens, including illegal aliens, have gained like 3 million jobs. So they're definitely taking advantage of that, and they're not being transparent and honest with the American people. It's just like when we talk about crime, the death of Laken Riley, the death of Rachel Morin. You know, to your point, I want VP Harris to stand in front of a gaggle of reporters and be asked, but wait a minute, is it your policies right now, the past 3.5 years, that actually released both of these savage rapists and murderers into the country? And then is it your support for Sanctuary City that allowed them, even after being arrested again, to be released back into our communities to then rape and kill these 2 young women? I mean, that's what they should have to answer for. But they're not. Rick, they're not being honest and transparent with the American people.
Well, I hope voters hear that from you and others. I hope voters realize what's really happening here. I'm not convinced that they are. That's why we keep talking about it here, and I hope others do too. And Mark Berger, we really appreciate you coming on here and sharing your thoughts, because nobody knows the border better than you, sir.
Thanks, Rick. I appreciate it.
Of course. Stick around. We're going to have more of the Leventhal Report right after this break.
Hi, folks. We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
It's a region of the world that has known little peace since the beginnings of recorded history. But in September of 1978, President Sadat of Egypt, Prime Minister Begin of Israel, and President Carter of the United States set out to change that. Initiated by the Egyptian leader's proclamation that he would be willing to travel anywhere, even Jerusalem, to seek peace, President Carter persuaded the 2 former enemies to meet with him at Camp David to seek a lasting peace. On the 17th of September, 1978, the Camp David Accords were signed, returning the Sinai to Egypt and creating a framework by which Palestinians could have autonomous and self-governing control over the West Bank and Gaza. During the announcement, President Carter was clear more work needed to be done.
The questions that have brought warfare and bitterness to the Middle East for the last 30 years will not be settled overnight.
In 1978, President Anwar Sadat and Prime Minister Menachem Begin were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Jimmy Carter's Nobel Prize would come later in 2002
for his decades of work seeking solutions to international conflicts. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
It's a fact. 80% of your immune system is controlled by gut bacteria, and many people suffer from digestion woes. Dr. David Brownstein created Bactipro to help. This premium formula supports optimal immune health and contains 6 powerful probiotics. So try Bactipro to see if it helps you with our risk-free offer. Get 30 days of Bactipro at no cost to you. Go online now or call us toll-free today.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure you know your Medicare ABCs. You may be familiar with Medicare Parts A and B, but if you are thinking about Part C, also called a Medicare Advantage plan, speak with a licensed insurance agent to see what plans and benefits are available in your area. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code, and a licensed insurance agent will walk you through the entire process. It's that easy.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
For a free, no-obligation consultation,
call 800-480-8716.
Welcome back to the Leventhal Report. I'm Rick Leventhal. We hope to get to John Huddy, our senior correspondent who is covering protesters outside the United Center. He's having some technical issues at the moment, so we will get to him as soon as we can. But while those issues are happening outside, protests continuing, we're going to welcome in Cornell University law professor and founder of equalprotector.org and civil rights attorney William A. Jacobson, along with Daily Signal columnist Jarrett Stepman. Welcome to you both. The point was to talk to you about the protests that are going on outside. But you guys know about the protests that are going outside. And I want to start with you, Professor. I'm sure that the anti-Israel college demonstrations hit home for you. I'm wondering what it was like to see campuses disrupted. And do you think those protests outside of the DNC are a sign that these groups will descend on universities again in the fall?
Yes, I do. I think that this is a precursor. It's a dry run to ramping up the protests that we saw last year this coming fall. And what I think people need to understand is what you're seeing at the DNC is essentially what's often called the Red-Green Alliance. It's the Marxists and the Islamists coming together, and that's what we've seen on campuses. So what is happening in Chicago will be happening on campuses in the fall.
Yeah, and Jared, my impression has always been that these, in many cases, are professional protesters. They're not even really, they don't really care about the issues necessarily. They just want to stir stuff up. But I'm wondering, you can weigh in on that, Jared, if you want, but also how big of a deal you think this opposition is, because it looks like these are traditional Democratic voters, but I wonder if their objections might actually hurt Harris come November.
I think they do hurt Harris, and I do think that they hurt the Democrat Party's chances. I think they have every reason to want to try to suppress coverage of these protests because they do make them look bad. I mean, wherever there's a liberal or democratic institution, these people follow in their wake, and they're oftentimes waving the flags of Hezbollah. They're burning American flags and Israeli flags. And I think the party, which wants to focus on the message of unity and everybody coming together, has a real problem with these protesters who oftentimes get out of control. They cause chaos in cities across the country, and I don't think they're going away.
And Jared, a lot of speeches inside the DNC convention, but not a lot of talk about Israel. They're not really talking about it.
Yeah, I think they want to dodge the issue entirely. I think they don't want to cause the division that exists very much so within their party. They don't want to remind people that this issue is on the plate until they hope they can win the election in November. I think that's very clear. They want to put this off until they feel they can secure power. And what these people want to do, what the protesters want to do, is they want to bargain. They want to get more out of the Democrat Party to push them more into their camp, into the pro-Hamas, anti-Israel camp.
Yeah. Axios is reporting that President Biden will be interrupting his beach vacation today to speak with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to urge him to show more flexibility so a hostage release and ceasefire deal might be reached in Gaza. Hamas rejected the proposal, which isn't surprising. So why isn't the White House putting pressure on them, Jarrett? Do you see a deal getting done here?
How many times are we going to hear that a proposal is just about to get?
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant that for William. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
William.
That's okay. Yeah, I mean, this is the worst negotiation you can imagine. Every time Israel agrees to something Biden proposed, Hamas rejects it, and Biden comes back to Israel and says, give more. That is what has happened. That's why how incompetent he is. The one thing that has not changed is that the cutting line here is Hamas wants to survive so it can rearm and attack Israel again. Israel isn't going to accept that, but the Biden administration seems more interested in getting a deal so they can claim political credit, and they'll claim that Kamala Harris is partly responsible for it, than they are with the core issue, which is that you have an enemy sworn to the destruction of Israel, and Israel doesn't want to be destroyed.
All right, Jared, I have a different question for you. Iran says it will not take hasty action against Israel for killing a Hamas leader. What message does delaying the attack send, and what are they waiting for?
You know, I think Iran doing this is actually an interesting strategic move because they're keeping U.S. assets in the region, which accrues an enormous cost to the United States. They would rather keep this thing in limbo and keep the United States preoccupied and build up enormous costs. And we have not just a carrier group that's deployed there, but a lot of ships, a lot of equipment, a lot of expenses, and a lot of cares around the world. So Iran has every reason to want to keep this thing going. They want to keep us guessing, whereas when they'll strike. And we, of course, have shown no impulse to do anything about the matter, so they have every reason to just keep this going along.
William, Jared, thanks so much for rolling with the punches and being here on the Leventhal Report tonight. Really appreciate your expertise. Let's go now to the streets around the DNC, the streets of Chicago, where correspondent John Huddy has been monitoring the demonstrations, and we think we can hear him, and he can hear us. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, well, Rick, we are with protesters who once again marched from Union Park to Park 578 here, which is on the outside of the security perimeter of the DNC. This is actually where Park 578, where these protesters took down a piece of the security fencing here on Monday. And I'm going to try to, JT, kind of follow me in here a little bit. I don't know how much we could see here, but this is basically the head of the line here, the protest line. They weren't permitted, by the way, to be doing this march, but the Chicago PD is allowing it to happen as long as it remains peaceful and nonviolent. That wasn't the case last night when protesters, anti-Israel, anti-American, Antifa members, some 200 protesters marched on West Madison Street outside the Israeli consulate in downtown Chicago. And then there were clashes between those protesters and police when they tried to push through the police lines, right? Police were brought in. That lasted several hours. Several dozen people were arrested. So far, this is peaceful. We started hearing rumblings earlier today that there may have been a march, and certainly that has now happened. Tomorrow, another mass demonstration, another large demonstration is scheduled to go along with the end of the DNC by several protest groups. Again, the plan is to march from Union Park about less than a half mile to Park 578 over here. So far good. It's calm. The Chicago PD has maintained, and I spoke with the superintendent last night, Larry Snelly, in the Chicago PD, after everything kind of wrapped up after those violent clashes, and he told me that it's challenging for his officers, one, to respect the freedom of speech of these protesters, but to also keep it safe for his officers and the public. He said that his officers will continue to do so as long as these protests remain peaceful, but as soon as they get violent, his officers will move in and shut it down. Rick.
John, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but I know there were concerns about the number of demonstrators who might show up and the level of violence that might occur. How are things playing out compared to the predictions that were made?
Well, it's a smaller, certainly on Monday, it was a smaller crowd than anticipated. There was probably maybe about 3,200, 3,500 people. Today, there's probably, I would hate to guess, it's not a huge crowd. Last night, there was only about 200 protesters, but last night, they were a very vocal, very aggressive group. Like I said, they were Antifa, they burned American flags, they burned Israeli flags. Today, it's a more kind of family-friendly event. You see people here with their children, and they seem to be kind of adhering to the Chicago PD's orders, which is basically to kind of stay along this route that they've set up for the protesters. But again, as I said, and as the superintendent told me last night in an exclusive interview, as soon as there's any violence or any sign of violence, his officers will move in to quell any violence, to keep it peaceful, and to protect not only the public, but of course, his officers as well.
All right, John Huddy, stay safe out there, especially when the sun sets. And we appreciate your reporting very much. And we'll have more of this program right after the break, so stay with us.
For the eyes of the world now look into space, to the moon, and to the planets beyond. And we have vowed that we shall not see it governed by a hostile flag of conquest, but by a banner of freedom and peace. We have vowed that we shall not see space filled with weapons of mass destruction, but with instruments of knowledge and understanding. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. Because that goal will serve to organize and measure the best of our energies and skills. Because that challenge is one that we're willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win, and the others too.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all servicemen and women. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call the number on your screen or go online to order.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget. Call 800-416-7175.
If you could help reduce the urge to go to the bathroom due to your aging prostate, if you could improve your energy levels because you're getting a better night's sleep, would you? Of course you would, and now you can with the help of Prostate Revive, the premium dietary supplement for men whose lives, sleep, and energy levels are affected due to the concerns of an aging prostate. It was specially formulated for men by noted medical doctor, Dr. David Brownstein.
Prostate Revive is really about healthy aging. It contains a plant sterol called beta-sitosterol, combined with 15 other important ingredients. Prostate Revive's exclusive formula helps promote normal prostate function, and that means you can reduce the urge to go and finally get a good night's sleep.
Here's how you can try Prostate Revive risk-free.
Simply call or visit our website now and we'll send every new customer a risk-free 30-day trial of Prostate Revive. You discover the low shipping and handling. This is a $39.95 value, so don't delay. Call or go online today.
Welcome back. Tim Walz is slated to formally accept the Democratic nomination for vice president tonight, amid questions about the accuracy of his military resume. National correspondent Mike Carter talked with veterans watching the convention at a local diner in Naperville, Illinois.
It's not a very good time here in Chicago. I mean, you look at everybody that's coming in here, just the trouble they're causing is not good as a business owner.
See some of these anti-Israel protests, like what we've seen this week at the DNC. A lot of times they're burning not just the Israeli flag, they're burning the American flag.
Shame on them. Shame on them. Should never happen. You know, come on, wake up. We were not attacked on 9/11 by Israelis, were we? We were attacked by Islamic terrorists.
Kamala Harris says she was the last one in President Biden's ear when it came to the Afghanistan withdrawal. Is that disqualifying?
Well, it's not a plus. It's not a plus when you start looking at the guys who got killed at the end because of foul-ups. You had people caught in the wheel wells of planes and things like that. That I think we're better than that, and we can do better than that.
But I look at her credentials, and I don't see a person that is qualified to be president of the United States.
Kamala Harris's running mate, Tim Walz, there's a lot of discrepancies in his past military record.
Being a veteran of Iraqi freedom, it was a stolen valor that he did, and just can't trust the man.
And I don't believe that either Joe, our current president, or the vice president really understands what it meant to all of the veterans to protect the precious freedom that we have today in our country.
In Naperville, Illinois, for Newsmax, I'm Mike Carter.
Thank all of you for your service. That's all the time we have for this edition of the Leventhal Report. I'm Rick Leventhal, and really appreciate you being here. We stream live every day on NEWSMAX2 at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, so we'll see you here again tomorrow. But our coverage of the DNC continues now with David Harris Jr. and The Pulse. Have a great night, everybody, and enjoy the speeches.
We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
I ask you to join with me in prayer. Almighty God, our sons, pride of our nation, this day have set upon a mighty endeavor a struggle to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, and to set free a suffering humanity. Lead them straight and true. Give strength to their arms, stoutness to their hearts, steadfastness in their faith. They will need thy blessings. Their road will be long and hard. For the enemy is strong. He may hurl back our forces. Success may not come with rushing speed, but we shall return again and again. And we know that by thy grace and by the righteousness of our cause, our sons will triumph, and a peace that will let all men live in freedom, reaping the just rewards of their honest toil. Thy will be done, Almighty God. Amen.
In the early morning hours of May 2nd, 2011, the Central Intelligence Agency launched Operation Neptune Spear and set into motion a mission to bring one of the world's most notorious terrorists to justice. All indications were that Osama bin Laden was asleep as the U.S. Naval Special Warfare Development Group, known as SEAL Team 6, approached his highly secured three-story Pakistani-based compound. When located in his living quarters on the third floor of his compound, the head of the Islamist group Al-Qaeda was found using his young wife as a shield. The Obama administration reported the 54-year-old terrorist was given a traditional Islamic burial at sea. 9 years, 7 months, and 21 days following his infamous attack on New York's Twin Towers, killing thousands of innocent civilians, its mastermind, Osama bin Laden, was dead.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 800-316-639.
Tonight, the Kamala conundrum. We're live at the DNC, where the party in power is pretending that they have none. I'll tell you how the Democrats have backed themselves into a corner and made Republicans the party of hope and change. Plus, brotherly love, a new candid conversation with President Trump, revealing proud and painful memories of his lost brother Fred. It's a side of the president that you've never seen before. I'll tell you why this is resonating with more Americans than you might think. And a planned abomination. You won't believe the latest update on that Planned Parenthood bus circling the DNC, but I think this sick stunt is about to backfire. All that and much more. The Pulse starts now.
Vote for America 2024.
The Democratic National Convention.
Good evening, friends, and welcome to The Pulse. I am David Harris Jr. Well, it's night 3 of the Democrat national disaster. We're waiting on speeches from Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, former President Bill Clinton, and tonight's headliner, stolen valor liar Tim Walz. We'll watch it all right here on N2. So let's go live right now to the National Democrat Convention.
And with host of the John Bachman Now Show, John Bachman, and Newsline and Newswire host, Bianca de la Garza. John and Bianca, thank you so much for joining us again. Night 3 of the Democratic National Convention. How does it feel in there? Is it the same energy? I know there was, I think, a lot of extra people in there last night because of Barack Obama, in my personal opinion. I don't think they were there to see anybody else. Tonight is Bill Clinton. Does it seem like the energy is still just as high, or what's going on in there?
Yeah, I think so, David. I mean, I think people are still pretty excited about the way things are going. Democrats, a lot of them here, are riding the high of the poll numbers that they're on. But I think there's also a realization from a lot of folks here that after tomorrow night, this honeymoon period is going to come to a close. You're starting to see the press get a little bit more aggressive with these stories, particularly targeting Tim Walz, the IVF story bubbling up today on the New York Times, CNN, the Huffington Post, those types of stories. You may have seen this clip going around of Gina Raimondo, the Commerce Secretary, completely, not caring about this report that shows that there were 1 million less jobs created than the Biden administration is claiming. They're just going to kind of sail through these next couple of days. But at the end of that, there is certainly a reckoning coming. I think the reality will start to set in.
Yeah, I think so. Tim Walz, obviously a lot of people will get to know him. Stakes are pretty high. There have been these concerns about his character, stolen valor, ties to China. What type of man talks about IVF and it's actually not true? So we'll dig into that. And also, if Michelle Obama was the strong woman speaker last night, tonight it is Nancy Pelosi. And, after her saying she did what she had to do, tonight she's going to have to really straddle that line of, maybe paying a little homage to Biden, because at one point she said, oh, I did this to protect his legacy. And now kind of having to throw her support behind another woman who could be, actually, the interesting part of this is Nancy Pelosi was the highest female in the succession to the president before Kamala Harris was selected as vice president, obviously, a heartbeat away in 2021. So we'll actually hear from her tonight and former President Bill Clinton, his 12th consecutive speech. Yeah. And his influence, some say, not obviously what it once was. But I want to go back to one thing you said, David, and John, maybe you'll agree. Last night, it was super energized, like yes. Obama's in the House. Tonight, maybe sort of the least excitable lineup.
Maybe more subdued.
Yeah, a little more subdued.
Yeah, the other thing, too, David,
that's interesting.
We're going to see again tonight, a consistent theme throughout this is the Trump derangement syndrome aspect of this. Tonight we're going to hear from Jeff Duncan, who's the former Georgia lieutenant governor, who's no stranger to this audience, who's been on TV, MSNBC and CNN, talking about Donald Trump, and Olivia Troy, who used to work for Mike Pence, another frequent guest on MSNBC. And so the point being that there's not a new story about Donald Trump. They're rehashing a lot of old stories while trying to talk about the future at the same time. It's sort of a discordant message coming from the Democrats, but the audience, they don't care. They're still riding the vibes.
And if I may too, David, the difference between the RNC, which we were at, and now the DNC, you mentioned off the top of the broadcast about the abomination and the abortions. They had, speaking a short time ago, the CEO of Planned Parenthood, Alexis McGill Johnson, and then followed by her was the former president of Planned Parenthood. So not one, but two representatives there. Such a stark difference to the, pro-life message we heard at the RNC, and also all the talk about God and miracles that floated through the air. This is a very different feel. They're talking about the future. They're talking about freedom. But it doesn't feel exactly like the same freedom that conservatives are looking for to really, make Americans prosper again.
Yeah, I don't think we'd hear too much about God or miracles or anything at the DNC. If anything, we got to remember that they wanted to take God out of their party platform. It's not something they want even to be associated with them. So what are people excited about in there about tonight? Is there one particular guest, or what's the feeling behind the scenes that all our viewers aren't really getting if somebody was to interact? And I know you've had the opportunity before being on set to kind of interact and get a feeling from some of the Democrats that are there. Is there one particular thing they're excited about tonight, or what's that feeling like?
I think, David, everyone's so scared of Nancy Pelosi, they're going to pretend like they're just as excited about her speaking tonight as they were about Michelle Obama and Barack Obama last night.
Yeah, they're like, yes, Nancy. I think they're also looking for more celebrities. There's this over-under on if Beyonce will be there tomorrow. Pink is going to be performing tomorrow. And I think the Democrats, they need to rely on those celebrities. They need to rely on the elites because they're not going to rely on their policies. They can't talk about inflation. They can't talk about the border. They can't talk about crime. So what do? You put on a great show and you try to be all bells and whistles just to run down the clock every day that goes forward. Another day without a news conference or a sit-down from Kamala Harris.
And David, just one quick anecdote for you real quick. We were speaking to celebrities. Kenan Thompson from SNL was wandering around, and Jamie Harrison, who's the convention chair, walked up to him and basically begged him to play Jamie Harrison on SNL. And Kenan Thompson was polite, nice guy, of course, but you could kind of see the thought wheels turning in his head, like, why would we ever put Jamie Harrison, who most of America doesn't actually know, on SNL? It's a fanboy moment. It was kind of a thirsty fanboy moment a little bit.
That's interesting. I'm glad you pointed out all of the celebrities. You know, one thing I appreciate about these events, these conventions like this, and even just election time, is at least it lets Americans know who's on what side of the aisle. You know, when you see all these celebs that are out there and they're all championing the party of death, it's absolutely abhorrent how many abortions, I think it's over 20 abortions that have taken place at that Planned Parenthood bus that's circling the convention. And everybody inside is chanting and sharing, and Little John in there last night chanting about shot, alcohol and drugs, and talking about berating women in his lyrics. It's just disgusting to me, but at least it gives us an opportunity to see who's on what side of the aisle.
Yeah,
it's true. And, you know, Democrats like to think they have an edge when it comes to celebrities. But, you know, I know you're going to talk about this. It's been talked about all day. The Donald Trump interviewing Theo Vaughn. There's a whole new world out there. You know, this old reliance on Hollywood celebrities, that's the old way. And there's a new way to this, David. You're part of this movement, the digital movement, the online movement. And, you know, there's a lot of new voters in this election cycle. And we'll see who's able to reach them, you know, with old-style celebrities or these new influencers. It's going to be an interesting result.
It's hard to say you're for the American worker when not only are you rolling out policies as a socialist, but you don't live in the real world. These people live in gated communities and they don't have to worry about groceries and bills. So it is a great juxtaposition to see the people who are the coastal elites coming together and really saying, you know, don't worry about it. We're okay. Well, they're okay, but how is the rest of America?
And let me ask you this real quick before we're out of here. What do you think, what would you share is the difference, having just been at the RNC and now currently at the DNC, what would you say the feeling is? Is there a difference? Is there a different electricity, or is it kind of similar? Anything at all?
I think it's pretty similar, actually. I think Democrats are pretty jubilant about the way things are right now. But again, they're in this honeymoon period. It is different in the fact that when we were at the Republican National Convention, Donald Trump had just been shot, but he had been talking to the press. He's been, you know, examined, dissected, no coverage, but still standing there willing to take those questions. They haven't done that. Tim Walz and Kamala Harris have not done that, and they're going to have to start doing it after tomorrow, and the reality will set in, and they're going to have to finally start answering some tough questions.
Two things I take away from what I felt in Milwaukee was genuine and real. People who saw Donald Trump move his head and with millimeters, by the grace of God, walk on that floor Monday night. This feels like a fantasy ticket. She was not supposed to be the nominee. 14 million people didn't vote to install her at the top of the ticket. So they're just excited Joe Biden's out. It's not so much they're excited for her. They probably are excited that they will have someone else that they think they can win with. But it doesn't feel authentic or real. It does feel like just a manufactured show. And whoever was going to be on the Democratic ticket, they would vote for just to make it a vote against Donald Trump.
Well, and hopefully that's exactly what Americans that have voted Democrat maybe for decades around the country are feeling and seeing as they're watching the Democrat National Convention. John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza, thank you both so much. Appreciate you.
Thanks,
we appreciate you, David. Thanks.
Thank you. Coming up, more from the floor of the DNC and how the Democrats are, well, they're promising to fix the country that they broke. And President Trump calling them out with the perfect response. That's next.
Will you you be able to afford your golden years? Do you worry how you'll make ends meet? You may be leaving up to $100,000 unclaimed. You need this special report. How to boost your Social Security and retirement by at least $100,000 or more. Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits. Take advantage now. See our special offer to claim your free report. Call or go online today.
At 9:47 a.m. on the 20th of February, 1962, Lieutenant Colonel John Glenn Jr. of New Concord, Ohio, found himself sitting on top of an Atlas 6 rocket filled with 600,000 pounds of fuel. At liftoff, 360,000 pounds of thrust hurled the massive rocket and its occupant into space and America's history books. John Glenn became the fourth human being to enter space and the first American to orbit the Earth. For his remarkable heroism, President Kennedy awarded Colonel Glenn NASA's Distinguished Service Medal.
As our knowledge of this universe in which we live increases, may God grant us the wisdom and guidance to use it wisely. Thank you, Colonel.
Glenn went on to become the United States Senator from Ohio, and in 1984 ran for the Democratic presidential nomination, but lost to Walter Mondale.
Does the state of this economy have your head spinning? Let American Medical Plans relieve one burden, health insurance. American Medical Plans specializes in under 65 health insurance plans that have zero copays and no deductibles. You choose your doctors and hospitals. These plans have nothing to do with your income and are 30 to 60% less than Obamacare. If you're paying too much for your own health insurance, call American Medical Plans. You deserve better. They will customize a plan managed by you, not the government.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but I was watching. Yeah, I understand you exactly, but not exactly friendly. Greg Kelly over at Newsmax, the Newsmax people have been really, really terrific. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions are tired of Fox, and they're switching to Newsmax Plus. It's the fastest growing streaming service in America. You don't need woke Disney and Hulu anymore. Just get Newsmax Plus. Watch the best shows like Greg Kelly, Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, and Carl Higbee. And get incredible analysis from Dick Morris, Alan Dershowitz, Carrie Lake, Mike Huckabee, and more. It's free to start. So go to NewsMaxPlus.com now to sign up and watch Newsmax anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back, friends, to The Pulse. I am David Harris Jr. Well, the DNC, they've been so far all talk about fixing the economy and righting the wrongs of a broken system, even though the Democrats are the ones who actually broke it. Now, even their lapdogs at CNN are starting to point out that very contradiction. Watch.
In all these speeches, as good as they were, is that she's in the White House right now. Democrats have controlled the White House for 12 of the last 16 years. And for all of the talk about division and the problems in the country and people are hurting, Democrats have mostly controlled this country. Trump had it for 4. The Obamas and Biden had it for the rest of the time. And somehow, it's still all Trump's fault, and somehow she hasn't been at the center of it. So to me, that's still the glaring hole in this campaign that hasn't yet been solved at the convention. How do you explain all of the problems that will be solved by the person who is currently in there for the last 3.5 years, who is supposed to already be working on solving it?
Wow, are you kidding me? Did you see that other lady sitting there looking like, what are you doing? Why are you saying this to all of our viewers? But it's true. It is 100% the truth. And that was on CNN. Now, as usual, President Trump, well, he was way ahead of CNN, and here's what he said at his rally in Pennsylvania last Saturday.
Yesterday, Kamala laid out her so-called economic plan. She says she's going to lower the cost of food and housing starting on day 1. But day 1 for Kamala was 3.5 years ago. So Why didn't she do it then? So this is day 1305. We're at 1305. So why isn't she doing it now?
He's right. How can the Democrats clean up the mess that they've made with the same old ideas they've been pushing for decades? Joining me now is Arizona Senate candidate and my good friend, Mark Fincham. Mark, so glad and honored to have you on the show tonight, my brother, and congratulations on winning your primary. I know Arizona would be happy and thrilled and honored to have you in the Senate representing them. But let's get over here to the Democrats. They're promising now to fix the economy, to stop the invasion at the border, to reduce inflation. What would you say to that?
I think the thing that I find most glaring is the clip that you just played of the analysis of the last 16 years. I don't think a single Democrat was triggered by that. They all know what's going on. So to see the lady to the left just sit there very stoic, that's emblematic of what's going on in the Democrat Party. So, you know, when we had the 2022 election where Katie Hobbs allegedly won the governor's office, she kept telling people of Arizona walking across the border with 2 Democrat sheriffs, by the way, I have a plan. Well, now would be a really good time for you to tell us what that plan is, Katie. So the bottom line is, and you've called this out very well, David, they don't have a plan. They break it, and then they say, oh, we're going to come in with a solution. I'm still looking for the solution. We already know it's broken.
Yeah, we know it's absolutely broken. I mean, it's reminiscent of Barack Obama saying, you know, the Affordable Care Act, and if you like your health care coverage, you can keep it. And then how many millions of Americans lost their health care? And then how many millions of Americans got fined for not having health care coverage? But you know who did get health care coverage? Illegal aliens. I lived in California when Gavin Newsom issued that mandate. If you don't have health care, you're going to get fined. But illegals, we're going to give you free health care coverage. So it seems like even if they do have plans, they don't work. And then any plans that they have for the future, they're still not for Americans. They seem to really be hell-bent on just giving everything to illegals. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, whenever you hear a political figure, and I don't care if they're Republican or Democrat, when they say the word free, you need to run like a frightened school child, because none of this stuff is free. The taxpayers will pay for it, whether it's this generation or 3, 4, 5 generations from now. It will be paid for, and it's going to be paid for in economic misery that's spread across everybody. So for the people in California that think they're exempt because of their current status, you need to pay attention to the rise of the populist movement and the battle that is going on between populism and the state apparatus, the administrative state. This is an insane path. In fact, there's a word that has crept up here in Arizona just over the last few days. That's and I think part of it's because of the Democrat convention. Can we just stop with the crazy? Can we get to sane policies? For example, the abortion truck driving around bragging about doing abortions. Okay, but aren't you the folks that are saying we need to repopulate America after being responsible for killing 70 million babies? How do you reconcile? I can't.
Yeah, I don't think they can either. Again, I think it's all hype, it's emotion. It's how riled up and emotionally bent can we get everybody to just hate on Donald Trump. And if they hate him enough, maybe they won't think about the border. If they hate him enough, they won't think about the economy. If they hate him enough, we make them angry at him for something enough, they won't think about inflation or their groceries. That seems like that's their only plan. And what about the celebrities that are showing up at the DNC? Little John in there last night, shouting and chanting, you know, shot, 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 shot. It's a song all about alcohol. It's a song that degrades women. You know, not too long ago, the Democrats had Kamala had an event and had you know, a bunch of twerking and booty shaking going on. It seems like it's the party of degradation and just evil, and that's all they've got, or they just want to entertain and then hope that people aren't paying attention.
Well, it's the same thing Satan has done for generations throughout time. Make it sweet enough, make it appealing enough. You know, poison going down is sweet, but eventually it kills you. So when we look at some of the crazy, as I just put, you know, some of these policy ideas that are being promoted, like free housing, free groceries. Well, okay, hold on. In California, that's already happening because they don't prosecute for shoplifting. They don't prosecute for squatting. Okay, how's that working for you? It's not. You have a record number of businesses, and California, by the way, is the case study for the nation. When you don't go after shoplifting and, quite frankly, theft, when you're talking about $1,000 of meat going out the front door, when you don't prosecute for that, you have stores that finally say, we can no longer tolerate the loss. That's why you are seeing, for example, drugstores like CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, they're going to a home delivery model so that they don't have to deal with the shoplifting and all of the issues that go with a government structure that refuses to enforce the law.
Yeah, it almost seems like it's part of the plan, especially now that Kamala has rolled out her whole price gouging, which is, you know, i.e. means government getting in control of the private affairs of private companies and then dictating and monitoring and enabling or restricting what a private company can do in those interactions with private citizens. It's socialism. It's communism. It seems like they just want every aspect of that. What about Kamala's policies that we have seen? She's listed it. She hasn't really spoke to any reporters or held a press conference. But what about her policies? Do you think that any sane American, or if there's a Democrat watching, I'm constantly inviting our audience to invite their Democrat or independent friends, neighbors, family to watch, to just get a different perspective. Maybe somebody did that tonight. What would you say to the centrist Democrat, somebody that's voted for Democratic Party for the last 10, 20, 30 years? What would you say to them and ask them about maybe why they would still want to vote for Kamala and Tim Walz, especially with her policies that she has presented to the world that she wants to do?
Yeah, that's a great question. And, you know, we think about all of the critical thinkers that are part of the Democrat Party. Now, my good friend, General Flynn, at one time was a Democrat. You want to talk about one of the highest level critical thinkers that I've ever met in my life. President Trump, a critical thinker. So when you have Democrats who are now looking at this and fleeing the Democrat Party, many of them are going to independent because going to Republican is just a bridge too far. Quite frankly, I understand that. When we see, you know, official policy like, okay, we're going to increase corporate income tax by 28%. Hang on a second. First of all, corporations don't really pay taxes. They are a pass-through for the people who pay taxes, and that's the consumer. They collect taxes under the guise of income. They turn around and their bottom line is going to be a certain amount of money, and they're going to pass that on to the consumer. So what this is a price gouging by the federal government in the form of tax. Now, you look at President Trump's tax plan, for example. Prior to 1913, we didn't have a Federal Reserve and we didn't have inflation. We had a treasury that was actually based in gold and silver. Okay, come on 1913, suddenly we have the IRS, we have an income tax. President Trump is right in how did we fund the government before then? Tariffs. And companies kept their employment onshore, employing Americans with American-made products. Now, you can't even buy a baseball cap without it coming from China or Vietnam or some other country.
Yeah, and that seems to be the one thing that the Democrats, they're just not good at, don't care. I really think they don't care. That's the one thing that President Trump, when he got in office, he said, no, these other countries, they're going to pay their fair share. We're going to stop getting ripped off, stop being the only country that's supporting every nation that's a part of the UN. We're going to make these other nations step up to the plate, and we're going to make them pay us for supporting them. How many military bases do we have in other parts of the country to help give them safety and security, and we don't even get paid? President Trump understands because he's a businessman. So now that we've heard why any centrist, Democrat, independent probably shouldn't support these communistic policies that Kamala Harris is putting forth, why would you say that anybody watching should support President Trump?
Because President Trump has sworn an oath to protect the civil rights of the people. I mean, government is constituted to protect the civil rights of the people. I find it interesting that Democrats have laid claim to being the party of civil rights. Let's go back and examine history, all the way back to pre-1865. You know, the Republican Party has been behind the protection of civil rights. Granted, we haven't done the best job, but when you compare the Republican Party versus the Democrat Party, many of the gains in civil rights protections have been under Democrat objections, while the Republicans were actually advancing things. So I have a really hard time with the rewriting of history by the Democrat Party.
Yeah, it's exact. If somebody just does their own research, they'll see that the Democrats were against every major civil rights movement, and they'll all say, "Oh, but what about the 1960 Civil Rights Act?" Well, let's look and see what that actually did. Dig it a little deeper, and sure, it gave black folks some rights, but they couldn't own homes there. They could go to the city and work. They had to get out. It wasn't constructed the way it was. But LBJ, he crafted the message in such a way to just make a major shift happen in the party that was founded as the anti-slavery, the actual civil rights party that championed every main civil rights legislation throughout the decades, somehow all of a sudden became the party of the racist. It's absolutely insane. Mark Fincham, again, honored to have you on, brother. Congratulations on your primary, and we're going to be rooting for you to get into the Senate, represent the good people of Arizona. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Coming up, President Trump shares an emotional story about his brother's battle with addiction. Friends, you've never seen the president like this before. Don't miss it.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
The ethical and moral principles of the Judeo-Christian faith and the God of that tradition are found throughout the Declaration of Independence. Most presidents of the United States have declared their faith in God and have encouraged us to read the Bible. I'm encouraged to believe that Americans at this hour are striving to retain their spiritual identity despite the inroads of materialism and the rising tide of permissivism. On the front page of a Chicago newspaper some time ago, there appeared a picture of Betsy Ross sewing the first American flag. And over the picture was the caption, "Time to check our stitches." Let's check the stitches of racism that still persist in America. Let's check the stitches of poverty that bind some of our countrymen. Let's check the stitches of foreign policy to be sure that our objectives and goals are in keeping with the American dream.
Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You. It reveals how to maximize benefits while improving your health care. Medicare for You shows you how to reduce costs, improve coverage, get procedures approved, and avoid 4 big mistakes and scams. Make sure Medicare works for you. Get Medicare for You at bookstores or see the free offer. Go online now or call today. Your health is too important to wait.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for a special enrollment period, and you might have questions about Medicare Advantage plans. Like, how is the Medicare Advantage plan different from original Medicare? The Medicare Advantage plan often offers additional benefits that original Medicare does not cover. What plan benefits are available? Plan and plan benefits vary by where you live. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. How do I check my eligibility? If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing your coverage, it's easy. Make the free call to the number on your screen. Give them your zip code. Choose the plan with the benefits that meets your needs and budget. The call and consultation are free, and there is no obligation.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
Call 800-416-7175.
Friends, to the Pulse. I am David Harris Jr. Well, President Trump isn't just a powerful world leader, friends. He's also an outstanding role model. Let's watch his recent appearance on a podcast hosted by comedian Theo Vaughn, in which the president shares emotional memories of wisdom and other memories from his late brother, Fred. Get ready.
You don't drink, and you don't drink or smoke, right?
I don't drink or smoke. No.
You never have?
No, I never have. I had a great brother who taught me a lesson: don't drink. And I tell people, no drugs, no drinking, no cigarettes.
Yeah.
I tell that to my kids all the time. His name was Fred Trump. And he had a problem with alcohol. He got addicted to it. Probably it happened in college at a fraternity maybe, or I don't know, somewhere along the line it happened. And all of a sudden, you know, this is not unique. This is a very common story, unfortunately. But and then the family would see it and start to notice it. And it didn't get better.
Do you remember the last time that you saw him or spent with him?
I do. And
I'm sorry to ask you about it. Is it all right?
Yeah, no. It's, well, you know, the reason it's good talking about it is it might help other people. If it helps one other person, it's worth the conversation. He'd say, don't ever drink, don't ever drink. He'd tell me every time, I said, don't ever drink, because he knew he had this addiction. And I never had a glass of alcohol. Never, ever did I have a glass of alcohol. Because of him. He'd have periods where he'd get sick, very sick, and we thought we'd lose him or we lost him. Then he'd get better. And that happened 5 or 6 times.
What's something that you miss about him, Fred?
Well, he was wise in a sense. I mean, think of it. He's got this problem, and it was very important for him to convey to me not to have this problem. And I couldn't have been successful if I had that problem.
Yeah.
Wow. You know, one of the things that President Trump said, I actually watched that entire interview. One of the things he said that resonated with me so much, especially as an individual that's battled with addiction and been sober and clean now for a lot of years. Something that he said is that, you know, if you never did drink it, if you never did try it, you'd never know or think you were missing out on anything. It was like, wow, powerful words of wisdom from a very powerful and inspiring man. Now compare that to the messaging of the Democrat Party. Last night, Kamala's coronation, well, it was celebrated with a live appearance from a rapper who's famous for glorifying drug and alcohol use. Let's watch him rile up the crowd by screaming, quote, another round of shots.
Five, get loud, another round of shots. DNC, turn out for what? Turn out for what? VP Harris, coming to wall. VP Harris, giving a wall. Hey.
You know, friends, the lyrics to the rest of that song are too disgusting to play or even read to you. They include graphic mentions of sex acts in private parts, referring to women in the most derogatory terms that you can imagine. So wouldn't it be nice to have a president and a party running the country that actually kids could look up to? Joining me now is the former special assistant to President Trump, Mark Lauder. Mark, thank you so much for joining me this evening. You've been watching all of this, in my opinion, very, very degrading, very immoral conduct taking place at the DNC. They've got a Planned Parenthood bus rolling around, and this is apparently what the Democrat Party has become, and they're championing it as an example of who they are. And yet, you know President Trump, you know him very well. He's never drank, he's never smoked. You can attest to that. You've never seen him drink or smoke anything. Would you say that President Trump is actually a good, positive role model for any young boy or girl in America?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, think about it this way. I mean, Donald Trump is a multi-billionaire with world-class resorts, homes located all across the world. he doesn't have to do this. Melania Trump, unbelievably, smart, gracious, and unbelievably beautiful. A family that is, successful, well-spoken. They're not getting into trouble. He could play golf and travel the world on Trump Force One and not have to be doing this. And yet he's doing it, and it's costing him money, to be honest with you, for his love of country, his love of America, his love of Americans. And so when you think about it that way, yes, he is a New Yorker. He talks like a New Yorker. They talk big, and he builds big. But I think in his heart, that's also big, because he doesn't have to do any of this.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I really wish people understood. What you just shared so perfectly. He doesn't have to do this. He could be traveling the world. He could have bought his own island and just live on it and say, screw whatever's going to happen to the country. Let them figure it out. But, he shared on Oprah 30 years ago. Oprah said, this sounds like very presidential talk. Would you ever run? And he said, probably not. He understood how difficult it would be and the backfighting. And I don't know that he would have thought it would have gone to an assassination attempt. But here he is, still fighting. And, on the other side, we've got the Democrats that are parading around all these celebrities that just, talking about everything that really is immoral, that shouldn't be promoted, shouldn't be championed. How many little kids in the families and in the homes of Democrats are watching this and thinking, oh, that's who we are. It's what I need to do. I like that song. What are your thoughts about kids that may be watching the DNC?
Yeah, I hope they watch it for what it actually is. It's basically Hollywood. It's fantasy. There's nothing reality there. And you can take it from just the optics of it or take it from the reality of it. I mean, they are not running on any policy. They are not running in defending their own policy because they can't defend the results. So the only thing they have to run on is dividing America, hatred for Donald Trump, and good vibes. Or whatever Hollywood can produce, where Donald Trump is actually running on policy, whether it's securing our border, lowering gas and grocery prices by unleashing American energy, dealing with the very real threats we have going on in the world right now, especially the wars in the Middle East and in Europe. And he's running on something where all they've got is, hey, our candidate's not dead anymore. It's not Joe Biden. So let the good times roll.
It really is a very sad state of affairs. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Idiocracy, but in that movie, basically, it kind of portrayed America as going down a slippery slope where everybody was more interested in all the fashionable stuff that Hollywood says is fashionable. And in 100 years or whatever it was, everybody was a lot dumber. And there was a guy that got frozen and he came back to life and he was like the smartest guy on the planet. But the president was literally holding a rally pretty much like Kamala is. And it was a big macho kind of, it was Terry Crews playing this macho Hulk, WWE wrestler and just riling the crowd up and riling the crowd up. And everybody's just going, yeah. And that's literally what's happening right now at the DNC.
Yeah, I said it earlier on another network, I believe. Kamala Harris is running the Seinfeld campaign. It's a show about nothing. And it's literally all designed. It's really a social media campaign, too, because it's only designed for clicks. There's no content. They just hope you like it.
Wow.
And so that's literally what we are competing against. And I would hope that the American people would see through that nonsense and go, you know what? I mean, that's great for Hollywood. That's great for TV or reality, if that's what you want to do in your spare time. We're talking about the president of the United States. And we need you to actually stand for something. We need you to tell us what you stand for and then defend it. And then if you get elected, try to enact it. That's what the politics is about. This isn't a game.
Yeah, it's not a game. And I think you're right. I think Americans are a lot smarter. I think especially when you put Americans through the ringer like this current administration, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris has done, the inflation that every single American family has to deal with. A lot of them feel it a lot more than others. They're smart. They're seeing through the charade, I believe. Final 20 seconds, Mark. What's your message to the American people tonight?
Watch it with a critical eye, because you're not going to hear any solutions to the problems that were created by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and they're not going to talk now about those solutions. They're just going to complain and try to hide from their own record.
Yeah, well, that's what they've been doing so far. They're talking a whole lot about Trump. They're not talking a lot about the economy, the border. They're not talking about wars that are taking place in other parts of the world. They're just trying to throw you a party and hope that you forget about all that and hate Trump enough to just vote blue no matter who. Mark Lauder, my brother, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I appreciate it.
Good to see you, David.
Coming up, angry Democrats outside the DNC are protesting the angry Democrats inside the DNC. And you won't believe what the latest news is about that Planned Parenthood abortion bus. Next.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Tell me, is there some society you know that doesn't run on greed? You think Russia doesn't run on greed? You think China doesn't run on greed? What is greed? Of course, none of us are greedy. It's only the other fellow who's greedy. The world runs on individuals pursuing their separate interests. The great achievements of civilization have not come from government bureaus. Einstein didn't construct his theory under order from a bureaucrat. Henry Ford didn't revolutionize the automobile industry that way. In the only cases in which the masses have escaped from the kind of grinding poverty you're talking about, the only cases in recorded history are where they have had capitalism and largely free trade. If you want to know where the masses are worst off, it's exactly in the kinds of societies that depart from that. So that the record of history is absolutely crystal clear. That there is no alternative way so far discovered of improving the lot of the ordinary people that can hold a candle to the productive activities that are unleashed by a free enterprise system.
Will you be able to afford your golden years? Do you worry how you'll make ends meet? You may be leaving up to $100,000 unclaimed. You need this special report. How to boost your Social Security and retirement by at least $100,000 or more. Get your free copy today. You've earned the benefits. Take advantage now. See our special offer to claim your free report. Call or go online today.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, you may qualify for enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure you know your Medicare ABCs. You may be familiar with Medicare Parts A and B, but if you are thinking about Part C, also called a Medicare Advantage plan, speak with a licensed insurance agent to see what plans and benefits are available in your area. Our partners offer plans from Humana, Aetna, Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield, United Healthcare, Kaiser Permanente, Cigna Healthcare, WellCare, so you can compare your options, coverage, and pricing across multiple carriers. If you're new to Medicare, recently moved, or losing coverage, make the free call to the number on your screen, give them your zip code, and a licensed insurance agent will walk you through the entire process. It's that easy.
I just became eligible for Medicare, so I called to find a plan that fits my budget.
For a free, no-obligation consultation,
call 800-480-8716.
Welcome back, friends, to The Pulse. I am David Harris Jr. Well, if you thought the DNC speakers were full of hate, there's nothing compared to their far-left base. The violence and flag burning that we saw last night is just the tip of their fury. The Democrats' real rage? It's reserved for unborn babies. CBS reports that Planned Parenthood has performed over 20 abortions in their mobile clinic since the start of the Democrat National Convention just 3 days ago, literally 2.5 days ago. So, friends, are Democrats actually proud of this? Literally championing their party while babies are being slaughtered right outside the door. Newsmax senior correspondent John Huddy is live outside the DNC in Chicago. John, what's happening out there tonight? I know things have been ramping up and getting kind of crazy. Does it seem like there's the same level of craziness and insanity taking place, or are they just getting started?
No, so we're back here in Union Park, and there was a march of the protesters, as you see behind me, at least several hundred, maybe 1,000, 1,500, that march from here, Union Park, to Park 578, which is just right outside the outer security perimeter of the United Center, which is where the DNC is going on right now. And Park 578, David, that's where the protesters and really kind of more, more fringe agitators on Monday tried to take down and actually pull down a portion of the security fencing there. This protest of basically pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel, in some cases anti-American protesters, this has been more calm. We haven't seen any clashes between the protesters and police. They marched to the Park 578, which is about a half mile, and swung around and came back here. Police, the Chicago PD, basically kind of kept them along a march route. They didn't have a permit, by the way, to be going along this route, but the Chicago PD allowed it to happen anyway. This coming after clashes last night outside the building where the Israeli consulate is located in downtown Chicago between protesters and police. We're talking about not only anti-Israel, but anti-American and also Antifa members who were burning American flags, burning Israeli flags, and then they tried to push through the line of riot police and Chicago police officers that have basically boxed them in there in that area last night, and that's when several hours worth of clashes started, resulting in several dozen arrests, and there were about 200 protesters last night. Today, like I said, it's been more calm. We haven't seen any fighting between those protesters and police, but make no mistake, David, I interviewed, actually, when all was said and done last night, the superintendent of the Chicago Police Department, Larry Snelling, who's actually here with his officers, who told me that it's a challenging effort by his officers to, one, respect the right and the right of these protesters to assemble, their freedom of speech, despite some of the vile, disgusting things they're saying. Like this group has been talking about long live the Intifada. Anybody who knows what an Intifada is goes back to the first and second Intifada in Israel, when innocent men, women, and children were murdered by suicide bombers in Israel. So, we're hearing that. We heard that last night. We're hearing that again today. So Superintendent Snelling said, his officers are trying to respect their right to assemble, to protest. However, those officers are trying to also protect themselves and the public. And as soon as there's any violence, his officers move in and are trained to quell and disperse the crowds. That's what we saw last night. So far today, again, like I said, and let me walk over here, actually, just kind of walk with me, JT, but I can give you an idea. So those, you can see here the chanting and everything behind me, free, free Palestine. We've been hearing that the last 2 days, 3 days, but this is the row of Chicago PD officers that are essentially keeping the protesters here in Union Park. They don't want them to stray outside of this designated area, and they're adhering to those rules. And actually, the superintendent of the police is just behind them, along with other CPD officials. So this is, so far, like I said, it's calm. Tomorrow, several other large, here, come on, police are moving up. Several other large demonstrations are scheduled to start here in the park and then head over to Park 578 outside the security perimeter. As I said, the CPD is gearing up for anything. They are ready for anything. They're hoping it remains calm. They're hoping it remains peaceful. But one thing we're hearing, David, is the possibility of more agitators, these more really hardcore fringe elements coming in here trying to stir things up, antagonize the police, which is what we saw last night.
Well, stay safe out there, John. We appreciate you bringing that to us, and we'll keep our eyes on it. But stay safe, you and your crew. Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Stick around, friends. The Silver Lining is next.
If you find the car buying process intimidating, or you're just too busy, consider using a car buying service or a concierge. These services will help you choose a vehicle, negotiate the best price, get trade-in values, review the purchase contract, and arrange to have the vehicle delivered to you once the contract is signed. There are many services, and here are just a few. AutoNation Direct taps into 200 AutoNation outlets across the country. A car buying consultant there will guide you through the process. USAA for military families and veterans offers a service called Auto Circle Program with upfront member prices on new and used cars. Two other great resources are AAA car buying service and AutoFinder.com. Carsquare.com is the easiest, simplest, and fastest way to find new, used, and leased cars and trucks. Carsquare.com takes vehicle listings from other car selling sites and puts them in one place. Car brokers are paid by the dealer, so it's a free service for the car purchaser. The broker will find the vehicle, negotiate a price, and have the car delivered. All these services can be very beneficial for those people who don't like to haggle and just have limited time. I'm Lauren Fix, the car coach for Newsmax TV.
Castillo San Felipe del Moro, also known as El Moro, is an imposing fortress standing guard at the port of San Juan, Puerto Rico. Shortly after Christopher Columbus discovered Puerto Rico, Spain's King Charles V ordered construction of a fort to protect the sought-after deep-water port. The island was attacked by the British, starting with Sir Francis Drake in 1595, but ultimately El Moro kept them both out. El Moro's last wartime action was during a naval bombardment by the United States Navy during the 1898 Spanish-American War. El Moro is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and part of the U.S. National Park Service. Visitors marvel at the garitas, or sentry boxes, located around the outer walls of the fort. The cannon batteries provide breathtaking views of the harbor and Atlantic Ocean. A fortress that, for hundreds of years, was very good at keeping people out, now welcomes them by the hundreds every day as one of Puerto Rico's most popular and beloved attractions. I'm Lucy Celia, and this is An American Place on Newsmax TV.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Friends, it's time for the silver lining. I only got a little bit of time, so I'm going to invite you to pray with me that people will wake up when they're watching the DNC this week, that God would bring a shift in our nation. So let's pray together. Father, we just pray in the mighty and powerful name of Jesus that those that are watching the DNC, those that are watching the news, they would not be stuck underneath the veil of deceit. Father, that they would wake up, that they would see the lies for exactly what it is. They would see the darkness for exactly what it is, and they would say no more, not in this country. And then I pray that they would be courageous and bold to stand up, to speak out, and to support the party that actually is championing life and conservative values. Bless my brother and my sister tonight, in Jesus' name. Amen. That's all we got for tonight. Thank you so much for watching The Pulse on Newsmax's N2 and making us the #1 show. I'm actually going to be on the next hour, too, with Ed Henry, but tune in tomorrow night for a brand new episode and hopefully every weeknight for the rest of your natural life. Good night, America, and God bless.
back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
On October 6, 1973, while the nation of Israel observed Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the year for Jews, the combined military forces of Egypt and Syria launched a simultaneous and surprise attack on Israel's southern and northern borders. Within days, the Israeli army found itself in retreat, losing a third of its equipment and outnumbered by the enemy 3-1.
He could not believe. He said, "We cannot stop them."
Recognizing their very existence was at stake, President Nixon moved quickly to resupply our ally Israel and their besieged army. With an around-the-clock airlift of U.S. military support, the tide of battle shifted, and soon the Israeli armies were advancing into both Syria and Egypt, with Israeli General Ariel Sharon's tanks threatening Egypt's Third Army with annihilation. The Soviet Union, who were supporting the Arab armies, quickly called upon President Nixon to stop the Israelis' advance or risk a larger war. The president intervened, saved the Egyptian army, and then used the opportunity to convince Egypt's President Anwar Sadat to seek a peaceful solution to a conflict that had plagued the region for decades. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
After the United States Constitution was ratified in 1788, James Madison presented a set of amendments to further clarify the intent of the framers. 10 amendments were adopted and became known as the Bill of Rights. Madison and his Federalist allies wanted to address their critics who feared that a strong federal government might overpower the rights of states and individuals. Madison's Bill of Rights tackled those fears one by one. The Bill of Rights includes guarantees for freedom of religion, freedom of speech, a free press, freedom to assemble, the right to trial by jury, and the right to bear arms. The British monarchy had abused many of these rights before the American Revolution. The Bill of Rights protected liberty and strengthened our foundation as a country, with power loaned to the government by the consent of the governed. James Madison, who later became our 4th president, presented the Bill of Rights to our first Congress at Federal Hall in New York City, where George Washington was sworn in as our first president. The Bill of Rights resulted in solid political support for the new government. For his efforts, Madison became known as the father of the Constitution, but he was uncomfortable with the title. He said the Constitution was the work of many heads and many hands.
I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. God wants to heal you and make you whole. You only need to seek His guidance and let Him in. Psychologist, Navy veteran, and former member of Congress, Dr. Tim Murphy, presents The Christ Cure. Find inspiration, guidance, and techniques to start healing through faith. You need this valuable handbook. Get your free copy now. Call the number on your screen or go online to order.
Hope I got that right.
Vote for America 2024.
The Democratic National Convention.
Good evening, Patriots. Welcome to N2 and our live special coverage of night number 3 of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. I'm Ed Henry reporting again tonight. Welcome to the big show. David Harris Jr. joins us in just a moment for some commentary. You can see that's Kenan Thompson of Saturday Night Live fame leading a conversation about Project 2025. It's more insults directed at the former president. The first 2 nights had very little substance. Lots of those zingers directed at former President Donald Trump. Hardly any mentions of inflation, broken borders, the Biden-Harris administration's weakness around the world, all the big policy issues that voters like you actually care about. They haven't been talking about that. They don't have a lot of policy prescriptions. So guess what they're planning tonight? not policy plans. Cue the celebrities. Distract everyone. Tonight, we just heard from Stevie Wonder. John Legend is coming up. There's even chatter about Oprah Winfrey taking the stage. You know, the Democrats like to give out free stuff, so maybe she'll say, and you get a car, and you get a car. Why no new ideas from Vice President Kamala Harris and the Democrats? Well, look at the rest of the speaking lineup tonight, what we'll hear. It's full of the old guard of the Democrat Party. Former President Bill Clinton, former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who, remember, just a few short days, couple weeks ago, kicked President Biden to the curb. Her speech could get a little awkward. John Legend will be joined by Sheila E., who used to perform with Prince for a tribute to the late star from Minnesota, which, of course, is the home state of Governor Tim Walz, Kamala's running mate, who's the keynote speaker tonight. His protectors in the mainstream media are already breathlessly reporting he'll be positive and patriotic. Okay. What about comments about his support for health care for illegals, his lying about everything from his military record to his wife's IVF, which apparently didn't happen? He lies about deeply personal things like the starting of his family, and yet the mainstream media gives him kid gloves. Well, did we mention there's going to be celebrities? It's all a distraction from the lack of specifics on policy and from the mess outside the United Center. Frankly, we've been talking about this split-screen convention. Anti-Israeli and anti-American protesters still out on the streets tonight. So let's start right there before we bring in David Harris Jr. Check in with our senior correspondent, John Huddy. He did an outstanding job for us last night and is back in the heart of Chicago again tonight. John, good evening. What are you seeing, sir?
Yeah, good evening to you, and thank you for that, Ed. I appreciate that. We are back here in Union Park after a march of protesters from Union Park to Park 578. It just basically wrapped up. It started probably, well, some of the protesters started arriving here earlier this afternoon. There was a pretty sizable crowd, several hundred at least, maybe about 1,500. But they started here. They marched to Park 578, which is where, as you recall, on Monday, some of those protesters took out a section of the security fencing, the outer security perimeter of the United Center where the DNC is currently going on. Today's march, though, and this was, by the way, this was not a permitted march. However, the Chicago PD allowed it nonetheless as long as it remained peaceful, calm, and nonviolent, which it has to this point. So the protesters were allowed to go to Park 578 and then essentially loop back here to Union Park. Unlike last night, where some 200 protesters, anti-Israel, anti-American Antifa protesters clashed with police after burning American and Israeli flags outside the building where the Israeli consulate is located. We were there right in the thick of it. At one point, actually, as those protesters were trying to push through police lines, we were caught between the riot police and the protesters. As I talked about last night, I caught up with the superintendent of Chicago PD, Larry Snelling, after some 75 people were arrested. They were taken away. And then I had an exclusive interview with the superintendent who talked about the challenges that his officers have been facing over the last few days. One, to respect and protect the right of free speech of these protesters. And two, to protect civilians, protect the public, and of course, protect his officers as well. And they've done a very good job doing that. As I told him, they've done an admirable job. They did a great job keeping things in line last night, and once again working with the protesters today and this evening to keep them along a designated route, to keep them within that confines of that route, and keep it peaceful back here to Union Park. Tomorrow, several more demonstrations and protests are scheduled here at Union Park and also Park 578. The question is, will it get volatile again, being the last day of the DNC? I can tell you, Ed, we've been getting some reports from our law enforcement sources that upwards of possibly 13 buses of potential agitators may have been or en route to the city or already in the city, and that obviously is a concern because you have a main group of protesters that are pro-Palestinian, whatever you want to call it, anti-Israel, but then you have the agitators, you have the Antifa members, you have the real hardcore fringe elements. That's what we saw last night, and that's potentially what we could see tomorrow. Obviously, we're hoping that's not the case. CPD's hoping that's not the case, but they are prepared for any scenario. Ed?
Absolutely, and we want to continue to cover it and do it in a measured way, just as you've been doing all throughout this. John, we'll check in with you later. Thank you for that report. Let's bring in now host of The Pulse right here on N2, my friend David Harris Jr., who likes to say at the end of his show every night that he's got the #1 show on N2. I just want him to know that the briefing at 6 p.m. Eastern is gaining on him, and so enjoy it while you can, my friend. Good evening. Welcome back.
Thanks, Ed. Thank you, Ed. Everybody over at N2 is amazing. All the shows are amazing. Everybody needs to share it and watch all the shows, and we'll all rise together and bring the truth to the American people that they need to hear so they can be informed when it comes to making decisions or even just having conversations with their neighbors and family and friends. You know, I think it's very interesting that the DNC right now has Keenan up there, and they're doing an entire block. As they did the first night, they did the second night, still just not trying to, but blatantly lying, saying that Project 2025 is President Trump's. They want to continue to force that down as many people's throat as possible because they don't want them to see what President Trump's agenda and his policy platforms actually are. But I got a few here, right here. It's right on the Donald J. Trump's website. Go to platform, seal the border and stop the migrant invasion, carry out the largest deportation operation in American history, inflation, make America affordable again, make America the dominant energy producer in the world, stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower. That's just the top 5. If Americans really wanted to see his platform, they could go there, but the Democrats, they don't want people. They don't want Americans. They don't want their base to see what President Trump actually stands for because they know that the Democrats don't stand for any of those.
Well, you're right. And David, you know, there's a lot made today by the Trump campaign about the fact that when you go, in contrast, you went on to Donald Trump's website, you go to Kamala Harris's campaign website, and you hit the button policy. They literally have nothing there. And they say, well, Biden dropped out. We're still working on it, as if she didn't already have a policy team as vice president and as if she wasn't riding shotgun on broken borders and inflation and the rest of it. She should have had some kind of plan ready to go. But more specifically, the former president today made a little joke about all this by saying, look, you know, folks in the media, as you know, David, in recent days would say, oh, Trump is not, he won't focus on policy. All he does is insults. He insults Kamala Harris. And he said today, everyone's telling me to stop the insults. And I watched the Obamas last night, David, and the former president said, all they did was insult me, and they've got no policy plans. And you know what? Mr. Trump is right.
Yeah, he's absolutely correct. I mean, if anything, Barack Obama stood up there and championed for everything that President Trump is actually championing for. I mean, are you kidding me? For Barack Obama to say we need to be about unity, we need to be about making our country greater and safer. I mean, put it in the terms that he did, all they've got is show. And all they've got is show and theater. You know, everybody should remember Barack Hussein Obama for the president that said, if you like your health care coverage, you can keep it. And then, oh, oops, sorry, millions and millions of Americans lost their health care coverage. Then not only lost it, but then couldn't afford, in many cases, to buy it. And then on top of that, got fined for not having health care coverage. And at the time, AG Kamala Harris, I think she was senator then, she cast the deciding vote in California to make sure that every California constituent actually had to pay a fine for not having health care coverage while they gave free health care coverage to illegals. The Democrat Party is the party for illegal aliens because that's their new voter base.
David got some breaking news on that, which is that the former president's on Truth Social as we speak here, and just revealed tomorrow, quote, I will be going to the southern border to address the plague of migrant crime and migrant rape that so-called border czar Comrade Kamala Harris has unleashed on America. I assume he's stopping on the way. We knew that he'd be in Arizona on Friday for a rally with Turning Point, and there's now reports that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will be dropping out of the race officially in the next day or two, and then is likely to endorse Donald Trump there. I want you to comment on the border visit. Obviously, our viewers can see that Hakeem Jeffries, the House Democratic leader, is speaking right now. We'll dip in a minute after David has a chance to talk a little bit about the border, because again, these Democrat leaders, whether it's Schumer, we'll hear from Pelosi tonight, they've just been attacking 45 and not talking about the border at all. Donald Trump going to the border tomorrow. Your thoughts?
Well, he continues to do not as acting president, but as concerned citizen and somebody that wants to be the commander-in-chief of this country again, he continues to go to places around this country that have suffered devastation, that have suffered catastrophic loss. He did that after in Ohio when the spill happened there, and he showed up first. Disaster areas, he shows up. He's going to the border. J.D. Vance was just at the border a few weeks ago. He continues to go to the places that Americans understand are serious problems, are serious issues. And again, Kamala was appointed border czar by Joe Biden, even though the mainstream media and even big tech tried to come out and say, oh, no, she was never the border czar, until we had to put it all back in their faces, all the clips of mainstream media, legacy media calling her the border czar. Yeah. She's still never been to the border. But again, she said she's never been to Europe either. It's a party of no hope and no future with the DNC. While meanwhile, President Trump continues to be the champion for hope and a prosperous and safe future for all Americans. So I'm excited. It doesn't surprise me that he's going to the border because he's concerned with what concerns Americans. He's a man of the people.
Well said. Let's take a pause. On deck is Mark Lauder. He'll join the conversation in a moment. But let's dip in live and see what the House Democrat leader, Hakeem Jeffries, has to say.
Kamala Harris and Coach Walz is very different. We care about you, the American people. And we will fight hard to make sure that the American dream is alive and well in every single community. Now, the road ahead will not be easy, which brings me to you-know-who. Donald Trump is like an old boyfriend who you broke up with, but he just won't go away. He has spent the last 4 years spinning the block, trying to get back into a relationship with the American people. Bro, we broke up with you for a reason. Trump was the mastermind of the GOP tax scam, where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1% in America. Trump failed our country during the COVID-19 pandemic. Trump is a chaos agent who is focused on himself, not the American people. Trump tried to destroy our democracy by lying about the election and inciting a violent mob to attack the Capitol. Trump put 3 extreme justices on the Supreme Court who destroyed Roe v. Wade. We broke up with you for a reason. Donald Trump can spin the block all he wants, but there's no reason for us to...
All right, as if on cue. The House Democrat leader has not yet brought up an actual substantive issue. He's gone after, you guessed it, Donald Trump. That's the words that come up the most when you search the transcript for the first 2 nights of the convention. Here we are on night 3, and they're already off to another rocky start. So let's deal in Mark Lauder, as well as our friend N2 host David Harris Jr. Mark, I mean, it's like I said, it's as if on cue. Hakeem Jeffries, he's the House Democrat leader. Maybe you would hope he has some kind of a plan on the economy, some kind of plan on the border. But no, it's just orange man bad, Mark, over and over.
Well, and they're even trying to gaslight America, saying, I care about you. I care about you being able to buy a house in every community. It's because of you. It's because of Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Hakeem Jeffries, and the Democrats that people can't afford to buy a house. They can't afford gas and groceries. I mean, let's remember, former Obama Treasury Secretary Lawrence Summers warned the Biden-Harris administration not to pass the American Rescue Plan or it would cause inflation. Kamala cast the tie-breaking vote. 2 months later, inflation jumps and starts to skyrocket. I mean, they are the reason for this problem. And they're not admitting it. They're just saying, I'm for you. And not even doing it well. That's a really bad delivery. That's so flat. I'm reading the teleprompter.
You're right. Yeah, I was stunned, actually, that this Democrat leader is just, blah, blah, blah. You're right. They don't even have verve to it. And yet, the mainstream media, David, keeps saying there's electricity, there's a vibe, whatever that means, because they're just cheerleading these guys. And by the way, coming up next, we expect, is the former President Bill Clinton, who, you know, love him or hate him, David, he balanced the budget. He was a more moderate Democrat. It wasn't that long ago. Inflation wasn't sky high. He had a pretty good economy. Again, mistakes made. But he's not going to talk about those kinds of things, I suspect, because the Democrats cannot talk about the last 4 years, David, on the border, on the economy. And so they just keep distracting.
Yeah, that's all they can do is try to distract. And let's face it, Bill Clinton would not get elected today in the current state of the Democrat Party. He's not electable. He was way more a centrist Democrat than Obama, than Joe, and then Kamala is even, I mean, she's touting communism. So it'll be interesting to see what Bill Clinton tries to say. He may just try to share and push the same rhetoric that we hear Hakeem Jeffries sharing. It's all President Trump's fault. We broke up with you. It's like, yeah, well, I think if we broke up and then everything tanked and everything went south and we can't pay our bills and we can't afford groceries or gas and we got invasion of invaders and you know, bad people with very bad intent that are raping and pillaging and murdering our family and our friends, maybe we need to go back to that other boyfriend, that other, you know, that old person, the other one that gave us the alternative of a strong border, yeah, and prosperous money in our pocket, our bank account. So it's really a horrible montage by Jeffries to just try to paint Trump as the bad ex. But we'll see what Bill Clinton has to say. But again, he would not get elected by the current state of the Democrat Party.
Yeah, Mark, just to kill this metaphor, boy, that boyfriend had a great economy and the border was safe and secure, but we didn't like the tweets. They were so mean, Mark.
Yeah, no, and I mean, most of the things that he mentioned happened after that election, so they broke up with him over style, not over policy, and that's, I think, what's going to come. They're trying to win this with style because they have no policy, they have no record. That's why you see all the social media influencers and the Hollywood starlets up there. I mean, I've never seen a campaign that would actually be decided just strictly on style. I mean, Barack Obama, now great orator, they gave great speeches last night, but there was no policy. He was running on something. And one of the big differences I think we've got to remember, and I see others are coming on the stage, but the difference between Bill Clinton and Barack Obama was the American people didn't blame them for the economic struggles. They blamed it on George H.W. Bush and on George W. Bush. People blame the bad economy on Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, and that is one fundamental difference. You don't get hired to fix what you originally broke.
Yeah, and we're going to see Tim Walz later tonight, and maybe we can sneak this in before Bill Clinton comes in. It looks like they're getting the stage ready, David. Tim Walz, to me, has a lot of explaining to do. He hasn't done any interviews, just like Kamala Harris hasn't. We already knew about the stolen valor and lying about his military record, which is shameful. But now he and his wife have even lied about IVF, and they falsely claim that Donald Trump's against IVF. And I just literally do not understand how a couple could lie about how their family was started. It seems perverse.
Yeah, it is perverse, Ed. You hit the nail on the head, and that's what this party has become. That's who Kamala selected to be her VP after she was selected by the Democrat elite to be the top of the ticket for the Democrats. There's no democracy in that. I mean, you talk about Tampon Tim because he wanted to put tampons in boys' locker rooms in high school and junior high school, I believe. I think even elementary school. So he's got that name. He absolutely is guilty of stolen valor. He did not go to war. He championed that he went to war, carried a weapon in the time of war. He actually abandoned his own battalion and let them go, and they suffered casualties. Then the IVF comes up, and he's lying about how he started his. If he's willing to lie about all those things, do you think he's willing to tell you the truth about anything? No. I mean, and that's who the Democrat Party is.
Yeah.
Well, and to put a fine point on that, Ed, and I know the former president, but literally Kamala is out today with a new ad showing Trump's border wall and talking about how she's tough on the border.
Yeah, unbelievable.
I mean, this campaign will say anything.
They seem to. Let's stand by. We also have John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza standing by. We'll have them on deck. So we got a lot of big stars tonight. But let's go to the podium where we see the 42nd president, William Jefferson Clinton.
you. Thank you. Whoa. Let me ask you something. After the last 2 days, aren't you proud to be a Democrat? And I am very grateful to the Republicans and independents that have joined us, have been up here on the stage, and I hope they feel better about it now. Because I've seen all these things that even I have to be reminded of from time to time when I get my spirits down. I love seeing the Obamas here. I love seeing President Biden. And I thought Hillary gave a great speech, too. But I love seeing all these young leaders. A bunch of them are coming up after me. They look better, they sound better, and they'll be exciting. I do want to say one word about President Biden. Remember, he had an improbable turn that made him president. And we were in the middle of a pandemic and an economic crash. He healed our sick and put the rest of us back to work. And he strengthened our alliances for peace and security. He stood up for Ukraine. He's trying desperately to get a ceasefire in the Middle East. And then he did something that's really hard for a politician to do. He voluntarily gave up political power. And George Washington knew that, and he did it. And he set the standard for us serving 2 terms before it was mandatory. It helped his legacy, and it will enhance Joe Biden's legacy. And it's a stark contrast to what goes on in the other party. So I want to thank him for his courage, compassion, his class, his service, his sacrifice. Joe Biden, thank you. And he kept the faith, and he's infected a lot of the rest of us. Now let's cut to the chase. I am too old to gild the lily. 2 days ago, I turned 78, the oldest man in my family of 4 generations. And the only personal vanity I want to assert is I'm still younger than Donald Trump. Last night, in what I thought was a very moving series of episodes, we nominated Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. And just think about that. 2 leaders with all-American but still improbable life stories. It could only happen here. Their careers, after all, started in community courtrooms and classrooms. 2 leaders who spent a lifetime getting the good job done. Now, one of the things that I've noticed over my increasingly long life that a presidential election is unique in several ways. First of all, it's the greatest job interview for the greatest job in the world. Secondly, the Constitution says we, the people, get to do the hiring. And the third thing is that every 4 years, we get to change the requirements for the job. So here's what I'm thinking, because I try to apply this in every election. Will this president take us backward or forward? Will this president give our kids a brighter future? Depends. Will this president bring us together or tear us apart? Will the president increase the peace, security, and stability and freedom that we enjoy and extend it to others as we can? We, the people, we have to make a decision about these kind of questions. And every 4 years, it's a little different because the people come at the candidates, and they say, as they're saying now, here are our problems, solve them. Here are our opportunities, seize them. Here are our fears, ease them. Here are our dreams, help them come true. A president can answer that call by saying, I'll do my part, but you have to help me. We have to work together. Or you can dodge what needs to be done by dividing, distracting, and diverting us. So in 2024, we got a pretty clear choice, it seems to me. Kamala Harris for the people, and the other guy who's proved even more than the first go-around that he's about me, myself, and I. I know which one I like better for our country. Kamala Harris will work to solve our problems, seize our opportunities, ease our fears, and make sure every single American, however they vote, has a chance to chase their dreams. You know, when she was young, she worked at McDonald's. And she greeted every person with that 1,000-watt smile and said, "How can I help you?" Now she's at the pinnacle of power, and she's still asking, "How can I help you?" I'll be so happy when she actually enters the White House as president, because she will break my record as the president who spent the most time at McDonald's. Now, but we got an election to win. And remember, we've got a guy that's pretty good at what he does. Donald Trump has been a paragon of consistency. He's still dividing, he's still blaming, he's still belittling other people. He creates chaos, and then he sort of curates it as if it were precious art. Let me say, not a single day goes by, even though I've been gone for well over 23 years from the White House, not a day goes by that I don't thank the Lord for the chance I had to serve and what it meant. And one of the reasons, thank you. Wait. One of the reasons I love the job so much is that in the toughest times, even on the darkest days, if you tried hard enough, there was always something good you could do for somebody else. Now, some days that's not easy to do. You've got to deal with all these emergencies, or there's something going on here, there, or yonder. But Kamala Harris is the only candidate in this race who has the vision, the experience, the temperament, the will, and yes, the sheer joy to get something done. I mean, look, what does her opponent do with his voice? He mostly talks about himself, right? So the next time you hear him, don't count the lies. Count the eyes. Count the eyes. His vendettas, his vengeance, his complaints, his conspiracies. He's like one of those tenors opening up before he walks out on stage, like I did, trying to get his lungs open by singing, me, 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 me. When Kamala Harris is president, every day will begin with you, 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 you. So, we got to ask ourselves the questions if we're going to hire a president. Do you want to build a strong economy from the bottom up and the middle out? Or do you want to spend the next 4 years talking about crowd size? You're going to have a hard time believing this, but so help me, I triple-checked it. Since the end of the Cold War in 1989, America has created about 51 million new jobs. I swear I checked this 3 times. Even I couldn't believe it. What's the score? Democrats 50, Republicans 1. I'm glad that we've got a championship-winning coach on our team. But even the most limited of us in what we know about football or any other sport knows that if you're got 50 and the other side's got 1, you're ahead. What about affordable housing? It's a terrible problem in America now. We need more. And affordable health care. That's why the Democrats put a limit on monthly payments for insulin and a $2,000 a year out-of-pocket limit, and are trying to cover more drugs by bargaining for prices. We need more financing for small businesses. We need still to strengthen our alliances. I almost croaked in the first debate of this election season when President Trump said nobody respected America anymore like they did when he was president. Wait. And with a straight face. Look, you got to give him. He's a good actor. With a straight face, he cited as evidence of the respect that existed for us when he was there the presidents of North Korea and Russia. I'd rather have the people who respect us now. And one of the things is when you send a signal to the other countries, you want them to know whether they agree with you or not, at least that you're on the level. Here's where you are and what you believe. What are they supposed to make to these endless tributes to the late, great Hannibal Lecter? I mean, President Obama once gave me the great honor of saying I was the explainer-in-chief. Folks, I've thought and thought about it, and I don't know what to say. Like Hakeem Jeffries, I too want an America that's more joyful, more inclusive, more future-focused. Just think what a burden it's been on us to get up day after day after day after day, buried in meaningless hot rhetoric, when there's so many opportunities out there, so many problems that need to be solved. I want that. And that's the America Kamala Harris will lead. And she's already made her first presidential decision, and she knocked it out of the park when she asked Governor Tim Walz to be her nominee for vice president. As they used to say when I was a young man growing up in Arkansas, you do not have to be all broke out with brilliance. You just look at Tim Walz, listen to him, follow his record as a teacher, as a coach in the National Guard, as a congressman, where he was the only Democrat, save one, elected in that district in more than 100 years. And he stayed a long time. And then he became a great governor. And by all accounts, he was a crack shot who had the courage among his rural constituents to say, we do not need these assault weapons available to people who can kill our kids in school. So, armed with her first decision, Kamala Harris confronts an interesting dilemma. we're going to walk out of here feeling pretty good, I think. We've got energy, we are happy, we feel like a load's off our shoulders. And we know we're just being asked to fight the same fight that the forces of progress have had to fight for 250 years. In the face of stiff and often violent opposition, we have to find a way to go forward together, where we, the people, make our union more perfect. So, that's a good thing. How could we possibly lose? Kamala Harris has fought for kids her whole life that were left out and left behind. She's taken on gangs trafficking across the border. She's fought to protect the rights of homeowners. She's been our leader in the fight for reproductive freedoms, and we know a majority of the American people are with us on that. And she's gained an invaluable amount of experience as vice president, advancing our values and interests around the world. She's already said she's going to work really hard to make sure that no American working full-time lives in poverty or has to worry about their children living in poverty. She says that we got to make home ownership an achievable dream for everyone, not just a privilege. She said that and this meant a lot to me, that she would protect everybody's right to vote, whether or not they voted for her. They were citizens and they deserve the right to vote. The other day, her opponent implied that as his people voted one more time, they'd be able to rig it from now on and they wouldn't have to vote again. You think they're kidding, but I know a lot of these folks, and most of them are really good people, but some of them think that they are bound to dominate America politically, economically, and socially, and they have to use politics to do it, and they should rig the system. I don't believe that. And so here's what I want to tell you. We've seen more than one election slip away from us when we thought it couldn't happen, when people got distracted by phony issues or overconfident. This is a brutal, tough business. I want you to be happy. One of the reasons that President-to-be Harris is doing so well is that we're all so happy. But you should never underestimate your adversary. And these people are really good at distracting us, at triggering doubt, at triggering buyer's remorse. As the Obama said so eloquently last night, they are human, you know. They're bound to make a mistake now and then. We got to be tough. And so, as somebody who spends a lot of time in small towns and rural areas in New York and Arkansas and other places, I urge you to talk to all your neighbors. I urge you to meet people where they are. I urge you not to demean them, but not to pretend you don't disagree with them if you do. Treat them with respect, just the way you'd like them to treat you. ask for their help, and then follow our leader, Kamala, and ask them, how can I help you? We Democrats right now have a lot of hay in the barn. We've got massive achievements, massive advances, but there's still a lot of slips between today and Election Day that we have to navigate. And so I want to say this from the bottom of my heart. I have no idea how many more of these I'll be able to come to. I started in '76, and I've been to every one since. But no, 72. Lord, I'm getting old. But here's what I want you to know. If you vote for this team, if you can get them elected and let them bring in this breath of fresh air, you will be proud of it for the rest of your life. Your children will be proud of it. Your grandchildren will be proud of it. Take it from a man who once had the honor to be called in this convention the man from hope. We need Kamala Harris, the president of joy, to lead us. So, I'll be doing my part, you do yours. I'll see you when we're making a real joyful noise when the votes are counted. God bless you, and God bless America.
Let's see if we can bring them in. All right, former President Bill Clinton, he was deviating from the prepared text. A lot of people online commenting on that. He just had written notes in front of him, and there was a lot of chatter before the speech that he had ripped up what he originally wrote after watching the first two nights of the convention and wanted to just speak from the heart and just rewrote the thing, and it was just wandering. Let's bring in NEWSMAX2 hosts John Bachman and Bianca de la Garza. They're live at our camp base there around the United Center in Chicago. Great to have you both. John, I don't know if you remember this first. Years ago, when Bill Clinton was president, I think we're a little older than Bianca, he had this big health care speech, and the whole nation was watching. And for the first 10 minutes, he was reading off notes and going off his mind, and it turned out they put the wrong speech in the prompter on Capitol Hill. Somebody must have gotten fired. But Bill Clinton is such a master at this, although he's clearly aged a bit, John, and he's making the case tonight. And we'll see former Speaker Pelosi in a moment. But, John, here he is trying to make the case. But I got to say, when he keeps talking about joy, all they're doing is trying to slash Donald Trump, John.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that first. Bianca and I, right before I think it was the 8 o'clock hour here, we walked down on the floor, and they were doing their presentation of January 6th. And you could just feel there was a visceral sense of hate for Donald Trump. We've heard so much from Democrats about how scared they are, Republicans are, of Democrats. But there was a lot of palpable fear about what a second Donald Trump presidency might mean. But let's talk about Bill Clinton. First, we heard him at the very end mispronounce Kamala Harris's name, which we've been all reminded here that we've got to get right, so he didn't get that right. And Peter Baker from the New York Times, among the others, talking about why Bill Clinton decided to tear up his original speech after what he saw Monday night. And we think we saw that, too, when he gave a shout-out to Joe Biden, a senior statesman himself, Bill Clinton, obviously wanting to give the respect to Joe Biden that he thought he deserves. I think that was part of that. Do we want to go to Nancy Pelosi here?
Well, let's get a quick, go ahead. Let's get a quick thought from Bianca, because this could get awkward, Bianca, with Nancy Pelosi, and then we'll bring her in. You know, she pushed Joe Biden out the door, Bianca.
Could be awkward from Nancy. Also, look at when you saw Hillary in the rafters with Chelsea and J.B. Pritzker. She's thinking it should have been me. I should have been the first one. Bill sounds very old. He says he doesn't know if this will be the last one he'll be at. I don't know if his influence is as what it once was. He can mispronounce Kamala. And to John's point, and then we'll get over to Nancy Pelosi. When we walked through the floor, they were saying, dump Trump, dump Trump. They dimmed the lights. They played this J6 thing. And it's very negative. And also, it's the USA chance. I feel like they're co-opting everything that MAGA really is to try to.
There you go.
Like no tax
All right, let's
on
take a
tips,
pause.
anything that works.
Yeah, let's go to the podium. And here's the former speaker.
Democrats deliver millions of jobs, stronger infrastructure and rural broadband, a Biden child tax credit, rescuing human pensions, honoring our veterans, bold climate action, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, all thanks to President Biden's patriotic vision of a fairer America, doing so with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Joe. And I know that Vice President Harris is ready to take us to new heights. I've known Kamala Harris for decades. Personally, I know her a person of deep faith, which is reflected in her community care and service. Officially, she is a leader of strength and wisdom and eloquence on policy, most recently demonstrated fighting for women's right to choose. Politically, she is astute and strategic in winning difficult elections, quickly securing the nomination with dignity and grace, and choosing Tim Walz as our vice president. I had the honor of serving with Tim for 12 years in the Congress. He united Democrats, Republicans, and independents to turn a red district blue. He showed courage when he came to Congress in voting for the Affordable Care Act, meeting the needs of his constituents despite Republicans' lies and misrepresentation. When he went home, won the election, he returned to Congress. He fought for our Americans' heroes as the Democratic leader of the Veterans Affairs Committee. Thank you, Tim. January 6th was a perilous moment for our democracy. Never before had a president of the United States so brazenly assaulted the bedrock of our democracy, so gleefully embraced political violence, so willfully betrayed his oath of office. Let us not forget who assaulted democracy on January 6th. He did. But let us not forget who saved democracy that day. We did. And thank God we had a Democratic House of Representatives then. We returned to the Capitol that very same night. We insisted on certifying the election results on the floors of the House and the Senate. And we demonstrated to America and to the world that American democracy prevailed. The parable of January 6th reminds us that our democracy is only as strong as the courage and commitment of those entrusted with its care. And we must choose leaders who believe in free and fair elections, who respect the peaceful transfer of power. The choice couldn't be clearer. Those leaders are Vice President Harris and Governor Walz. When the sun rose on January 7th, as our national anthem declares, we gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Now, in this election, we are called upon to do the same, to stand together, to reject autocracy, to choose democracy, and we will do so by electing a Democratic House with Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House, electing a Democratic Senate, electing Tim Walz as Vice President of the United States, and electing Kamala Harris as the President of the United States. Onward to victory!
Speaker Emerita, as she's called, as in Emeritus, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, late in the evening, giving some remarks here. Josh Shapiro, the sitting governor of Pennsylvania, is due to speak next, although there could be some surprise speakers as we've seen the last couple nights. In fact, there's some other folks walking out right now. Let's dip in live and see what they have to say.
Kamala Harris is our auntie.
She'll be a president who cares for all of us.
She'll lift us up. In 2016, we celebrated Auntie's Senate win. We saw Trump winning. I was only 9, but I knew enough to be concerned. Auntie said, "Do you know what superheroes do? They fight back. And we will too."
She will make time for what matters. You know, no one is busier than my auntie, but she always makes time for family. From moments as simple as cooking and sharing a meal to exchanging stories and jokes. Auntie taught me about being present in what's important, and I know that's how she'll lead.
She'll treat everyone with respect. Even as a kid, Auntie made me feel that I was seen, that my words are important, that I am important and loved. I know she'll value others' perspectives, no matter their age or their background.
Auntie, we love you.
We're so proud of you.
And most importantly, you're a
We
baller.
saw Doug Emhoff, her husband, last night, trying to humanize her. There's some nieces and nephews that are out there. Let's get the perspective from the Trump team. A Trump surrogate joins us now live. Harrison Fields. Harrison, thanks for coming on our special tonight.
Thank you for having me on.
You know, it's interesting. They're humanizing her, trying to anyway, and she's an auntie, and she's so nice, and Bill Clinton was going on and on about what's, going to come down the pike with Kamala Harris if she's elected president. But it seems very dark and nasty, and a lot of attacks on former President Donald Trump, and not so much the joy that they keep promising.
You're 100% correct, and there's little to no vision in this convention. I've been watching since it started, and I'm a little confused as to what their overall goal is, because they're either being deceptive or flat out lying to us. And this is also a campaign where they don't have any policy positions not only listed in their website, but they're not even talking about the issues impacting the American people. Listen, I am in Phoenix, Arizona right now. I was talking to a waiter at a restaurant yesterday. Politics happened to come up naturally, and he said something has to change. And I think a lot of Americans, whether they're watching this convention or they're not, they just feel a sense of something has to change. And Kamala Harris has been a part of this something, and Donald Trump is going to bring that change.
Well, speaking of change, a lot of people frustrated with the southern border, of course, and the crisis there. You mentioned you're in Arizona. The former president announced on Truth Social a little while ago he'll be at the southern border tomorrow, obviously to highlight the illegal immigration crisis. And then on Friday is going to be with Charlie Kirk. We think not just to have a rally that will show live here on N2, but also to potentially collect the endorsement of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Talk about the border, because when you go through the transcript for the first two nights, the border was barely mentioned. They had a sheriff on earlier tonight attacking Donald Trump, but people have now uncovered that that same sheriff, I believe from Texas, was on MSNBC in 2022 saying Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were doing virtually nothing to help at the southern border. So one wonders whether the Democrat Party, came up with some kind of a sweetener to get various people to the podium to say nice things about her, because they've previously said some pretty nasty things. And as you said, there's nothing on her website right now in terms of a policy to secure the border.
Right. Well, they pay actors to fill the arenas of her campaign rallies. But the office of sheriff has always been a political office. Almost all of them are elected. And this man is a charlatan. He knows exactly what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have done to the southern border. Listen, as I mentioned before, I am in Arizona, one of the states most impacted by Kamala Harris's open border, as borders are. She's had almost 4 years to do something, and she spent the first two looking for root causes, while about 5 million people crossed through our border during that time. Fast forward nearly 2 years, we're over 10 million illegal immigrants. And there was just a report that came out that there's about 300,000 missing children amongst that number. And that's a devastating reality in this country. Something has had to change. And Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have done this to this country. They've let migrants into inner cities that have clogged schools and recreation centers. And the last thing I'll say about this convention related to the border, but overall, is where is the American people? Where are the everyday Americans that the RNC highlighted so well? There are no everyday Americans at this convention, only career politicians and washed up celebrities.
Yeah, well, you're right. There's been a couple of real Americans. The ones I saw last night, I think, were talking about abortion, because that's the issue they want to talk about, not the border, not inflation. But before you go, I got to ask you one thing about that waiter in Arizona you mentioned who said things have to change. Did that waiter know about the no taxes on tips? Did you write it on the check? Is it resonating out there, the issue that Donald Trump put out there and then Kamala Harris copied?
Well, this guy was a true believer. From our conversation, I can tell he's very informed about what's going on, as most Republican voters are, very informed. But of course, I wrote, vote Trump, no tax on tips on the receipt after I left. And I tipped well, so I'm sure he's going to be voting for Trump and Vance even more. So, but this is a movement. I do it everywhere. When I was at the RNC in Milwaukee, I did the same thing. When I'm in Northern Virginia, whether I'm in Florida, I always write on the receipt, because this is resonating. The no tax on tips policy that Donald Trump created and Kamala Harris attempted to steal is a policy that is going to resonate with a lot of voters. And this is why you're seeing hardworking Americans who are struggling under this Kamala Harris economy, looking for Donald Trump for support.
All right. Well, next time you're in Florida, we appreciate you coming on. I'll pick up dinner, but since you're a big tipper, you can take care of the tip. How about that? Harrison Fields.
Take care. Thank you.
All right. I appreciate you coming on. I think we have, it was at Latifah Simon. It looks like maybe she finished up. We've got another speaker coming on who was not listed on the program. Let's dip in live and see what we got.
35 years ago, in my first week at law school, I met a new classmate, Maya Harris. We became best friends, but the way Kamala tells the story, we'd already fallen in love by graduation day. And when Maya and I married, I not only gained a life partner I love, a daughter I adore, and a mother-in-law I revered, someone I affectionately called Mother Harris, I also gained a sister I cherish, Kamala. Now, Maya, Kamala, and I each pursued different legal careers, but we were motivated by the same values: a belief in equal opportunity, a yearning for fairness, a passion for justice. Values Mother Harris taught those two little girls. values that powered Kamala's public service from the very beginning. You know, one of Kamala's very first cases in the district attorney's office, it involved a woman, an innocent woman, wrongfully arrested in a police raid. It was a Friday afternoon, and the courthouse was shutting down for the weekend. And look, most prosecutors, they would have gone home and dealt with the matter the following Monday. But not Kamala. You see, my sister-in-law knew that if the judge didn't see this woman that afternoon, she'd spend the entire weekend in jail. And Kamala, she wondered, does this woman work weekends? Would she lose her job? Does she have young kids at home? Who'd feed those kids? So Kamala pleaded for the judge to return to the bench and to hear the matter. And the judge agreed. And within minutes, that woman was released back to her family that night.
All right, that is Tony West. He's married to Maya Harris, who is the sister of the Vice President of the United States, who will formally accept the nomination for president from the Democratic Party tomorrow night. Tonight, it's her running mate, Tim Walz, who's the keynote speaker. We got a whole bunch of people yet to go, including the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, who was and also ran in the Veep stakes. We'll see how forceful his endorsement, shall we say, of this ticket is there at the podium. And of course, all leading to Tim Walz, the Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, speaking shortly as well. We'll take a quick break. Our live special coverage continues in just a couple moments.
Is your faith being weaponized? There's a dark force manipulating the Word of God. They're known by different names: Christian left, progressives, and woke Christianity. Don't be fooled. These fake Christians want to convert you. Woke Jesus has been written to expose this very real threat. You'll need this book to stop them before it's too late. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call now or go online to order.
Somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Vote for America 2024. The Democratic National Convention.
Welcome back. Night 3 of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago at the United Center. Kamala Harris obviously will be the keynote speaker tomorrow night. Tonight it will be the man who is just on the right there in that graphic, Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota. He's the keynoter at the end of the evening, but several people before him, including Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota, will be coming up, who obviously will help introduce someone from her home state there. A little bit of drama that might be playing out because all of the list we got of the potential speakers had right about now or a few moments ago Josh Shapiro, the Democrat governor of Pennsylvania, who had been touted as a potential running mate with Kamala Harris, lost out to Tim Walz. And then, lo and behold, he's been skipped over. So maybe he'll get a slot a little later. Maybe there's been something going on behind the scenes. We'll find out. In the meantime, that is the senator from Nevada. That is Senator Catherine Cortez Masto. She is facing a tough re-election in battleground Nevada. It's not just the U.S. Senate up for grabs, but that is a hotly contested state right now with Donald Trump having a small lead over Kamala Harris. So a lot of eyes on Nevada. Let's check in with the senator live at the podium.
I quickly learned what kind of person she is. She is a strong leader. Here's how I know. As AGs, we took on the big banks after the foreclosure crisis. And let me tell you, Kamala did not settle for less than homeowners deserved. Her leadership helped win billions for working families nationwide. Delivering for families, that's Kamala Harris. Kamala and I also worked to protect our southern border. During that time, Kamala invited a group of AGs across the border to meet with Mexican officials. Now, we worked together to put transnational criminals and drug smugglers behind bars. Holding criminals accountable, that's Kamala Harris. Listen, and when we took on human traffickers, Kamala had us meet with survivors so that we could understand who we were fighting for. Standing up for justice, that's Kamala Harris. So trust me when I say I know she will fight for our families and our freedoms. Now, we must fight for her. Every vote matters. I know. In 2016, Nevadans elected me, the granddaughter of a baker from Mexico, to serve as the first Latina in the United States Senate. I'll tell you what. And in 2022, my re-election came down to 7,928 votes. Because of voters in Nevada, the Democrats won the Senate majority. And I'm here to tell you, we can do it again. We can send Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to the White House. Are we ready to do it? Are we ready to fight? Let's get it done, Chicago. Thank you, everyone.
Please welcome Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro.
All right, it sounds like Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro finally got a shot. He was supposed to come a little earlier, maybe a little scheduling conflict. No more drama. Here he is, the man who would have been the running mate, but lost out. What does he have to say? Let's listen.
Thank you. 2.5 centuries ago in Philadelphia, a band of patriots declared their independence from a king and set ourselves on a path of self-determination. Generation after generation has embraced that responsibility. Ordinary Americans rising up, demanding more, seeking justice. And in every chapter of our American story, we've made progress and advanced the cause of freedom. Today we find ourselves writing that next chapter. Will we be a nation defined by chaos and extremism? Or will we choose a path of decency, honor, and continued progress? Kamala Harris, well, she has spent her entire career making progress. Donald Trump, a man with no guardrails, wants to take away our rights and our freedoms. And listen, while he cloaks himself in the blanket of freedom, what he's offering isn't freedom at all. Because hear me on this, it's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read. No, it's not. And it's not freedom to tell women what they can do with their bodies. And hear me on this, it sure as hell isn't freedom to say you can go vote, but he gets to pick the winner. That's not freedom. But you know what? You know what, Democrats? We are the party of real freedom. That's right. The kind of real freedom that comes when that child has a great public school with an awesome teacher because we believe in her future. Real freedom that comes when we invest in the police and in the community so that child can walk to and from school and get home safely to her mama. Real freedom that comes when she can join a union, marry who she loves, start a family on her own terms, breathe clean air, drink pure water, worship how she wants, and live a life of purpose where she is respected for who she is. Real freedom that comes when she can look at Madam President and know that this is a nation where anything and everything is possible. That is real freedom, and that is what we are fighting for. You know, Kamala and Tim's names may be on the ballot, but it's your rights. It's our rights. It's our future and freedoms that are on the line. And you have the power to shape the future of this country. Just like our ancestors who fought for freedom on the battlefield and sat in at lunch counters so our kids could stand up. Now it's on us. It's on us, my friends, to organize in our communities and on our For You pages around 3 basic American principles. We value our freedom, we cherish our democracy, and we love this country. And listen, We love this country. And listen, despite our challenges, hear me on this, I want you to know I have never been more hopeful because I see in all of you the enduring promise of America. E pluribus unum, out of many one. It's not merely a motto from the past, it's our direction for the future. You see, you all give me hope, and you all have the power. So let's use that power. Let's do the hard work necessary to win this election and write the next chapter in our American story. So are you ready to protect our rights? Are you ready to secure our freedoms? And are you ready to defend our democracy? And are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz? America, let's get to work.
All right. Josh Shapiro, short and sweet. This was supposed to be his night, potentially. He was expected. It was sort of at the top of the very short list of potential running mates. Pennsylvania is a state that Kamala Harris has to have, part of that blue wall, so-called blue wall, to try and prevent Donald Trump from becoming president. Pennsylvania now very much in play and leaning towards Donald Trump in some of the recent polls. Let's check in now with a friend, Caitlin Sinclair. She is spokeswoman now at Turning Point USA and joins us live. Caitlin, first of all, welcome in.
Thanks for having me.
Your impressions, we are now up to night number 3 here at the convention, and even with Josh Shapiro there, we hear so much more about Donald Trump, negative stuff, than positive stuff about this ticket, and very few policy specifics from a party that was whining a couple weeks ago that, oh, Donald Trump only insults Kamala Harris, it's all personal, he should focus on policy. And I haven't heard very many policy specifics, and we're 3 nights in.
Yes, only 3 nights in. I'm praying for all of us that we make it through the rest of this week. But yes, so the theme seems to be here at the DNC, Orange Man Bad, right? At the RNC, you had Make America Safe Again and America First, and we had such great themes at the RNC, but all these people seem to talk about, we heard from Barack Obama, who is the media and the Democrats' darling yesterday, and he spent his entire speech talking about how bad Donald Trump is and what Kamala Harris can do for us, right? Because, I don't know, the Democrats haven't had enough years of power. Let's just give them 10 more and then they'll deliver. I don't think the American people are falling for this message anymore. And it turns out, if you look at the recent polling just from today, that Americans don't want to hear how terrible and racist their country is from a bunch of elitists with multiple million-dollar mansions and from B-level celebrities.
Let's look forward then to the next couple of days. Turning Point USA hosting this big conference, confab, out in Arizona. The former president had already committed to attending on Friday, as I recall, a rally that I think is about 6 p.m. Eastern. We'll stream it live here on N2. But there's been a new element added, as I'm sure you know, which is the speculation that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will maybe join him on stage at Turning Point. You're the spokeswoman there. What do you know right now about a potential endorsement?
Well, I can tell you and your viewers that there are a lot of surprises in store for Friday, so you'll have to stay tuned for all of those. But yes, RFK Jr. has said that he will be making some sort of big announcement on the same day before Donald Trump is set to speak. So a lot of anticipation around that. But of course, we already heard earlier that he is planning on endorsing Donald Trump. And what a strong ticket that would be, right? And then looking ahead to a possible administration with a Donald Trump, a J.D. Vance, an Elon Musk, possibly Vivek Ramaswamy, and RFK. I mean, how iconic would that be, right? So on Friday, we're going to hear about policies from Donald Trump. We're going to hear about the vision for this country, the America First agenda, like we've been hearing this entire time Donald Trump has been taking the campaign trail. And you mentioned earlier what's missing from the DNC, right? Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, all of these speakers, including Josh Shapiro, Shapiro, who we just heard from, cannot lay out a single policy because they don't have one. Kamala Harris has zero policies, zero vision, and zero agenda to present to the American people. But if you go to KamalaHarris.com, you can get about 30 different pronouns, and you'll be asked 50 times to donate to her campaign. So that's why we are expecting her to steal more and more from Donald Trump, because she has no plan as to how she's going to make this country safe, secure, and provide the American dream for so many of us. The Americans, the forgotten Americans that are waiting for that, they've been waiting for the past 3.5 years. So I don't know if they're fooling the American people any longer.
Well, and to your broader point about a team that Donald Trump may be putting together, that Spaces event on X with Elon Musk, they talked about maybe him having either a new cabinet post or some advisory role in terms of efficiency of government. Elon Musk, who's been a visionary in business, like Donald Trump, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has been talked about as a potential Health and Human Services Secretary after all of his skepticism towards the pharmaceutical industry and others. Another big policy, of course, in Arizona and all around this great country is the border crisis. And a little earlier tonight, the former president put on Truth Social that on his way to Turning Point in Arizona, he's going to stop tomorrow at the southern border and actually do an event. How significant is that in your estimation, given the fact that the border is virtually not mentioned at all over the course of these 3 days, just a couple of times at the convention?
I think it's huge. I think it's huge. I think border security is one of the major issues. The economy, immigration, are some of the major issues that are facing the American people right now. And again, we have heard nothing from these Democrats here. We've heard nothing from the DNC so far as to how they're going to secure our border. I'll tell you, these people wake up very angry, right? They're very angry. They like to play victim. They don't really care to take care of themselves or dress the part. They have no real messaging here. They're taking to the streets to protest and to stand for something when I don't even think they understand what their own messaging is. And when you question them, when you ask them about the illegals that are pouring across the border, when you ask them why they're supporting a party that doesn't know how to even define a woman, they don't even know the answers. They don't even know what they're really supporting. And I can tell you most of these supporters have more metal on their faces and more ink all over their bodies than I believe Kamala Harris will have on paper ballots.
On paper ballot. That's a pretty good one. By the way, we're keeping an eye there on the screen at the stage there in Chicago at the United Center, because among the celebrities we're expecting tonight, Oprah Winfrey, and there seems to be a pause here. So at some point in between the politicians, we may see Oprah come out. She's synonymous with Chicago, like Michael Jordan, I suppose. There's been a lot of mentions of him, although he has not turned up here. It might be appropriate for Oprah to come out, because I remember some of her shows, Caitlin, where she would say, you're getting a car, and you, and you, and you. And it's almost like the Democrats as they hand out free stuff to people.
Yes, the party of handouts. I don't know. I don't think the American people at home watching this, when they're struggling to put groceries on the table, fill up their gas tanks, they're scared to walk the streets, they're afraid to send their kids to schools because of indoctrination and the crime rates right now, really care about these elite Hollywood liberals and all of these celebrities that the Democrats are paying to be here right now. They're begging influencers, begging streamers to show up at these kind of events. I don't think the American people really care, again, about these B, C level celebrities that the Democrats are begging to show up at these events, talking about twerking, falling from a coconut tree, the disgusting rap music and the messaging that we're witnessing. I think the American people need a little bit more than that.
No doubt about it. There's been a lot of celebrities already tonight, and we're expecting Pink tomorrow night on Kamala Harris's night as keynoter. Tonight, by the way, we're also expecting John Legend and Sheila E. It seems like you're a little young for that, but that's more my era. They're going to do a tribute to Prince because the late star obviously hailed from Minnesota, where Tim Walz is the governor. What are your thoughts about all these celebrities? I mean, obviously, the Republicans had some celebrities like Kid Rock. Let's not ignore that in Milwaukee. But it was sort of part of it. It was worked in. Hulk Hogan, have some fun. The celebrities really seem front and center here, again, in the absence of specific policies.
I think that's the exact difference. You take the RNC, and there was, first of all, such an authenticity that existed around that convention, around Donald Trump coming right on the heels of an attempted assassination. And there was just such a special energy in that room. And the so-called celebrities or influencers that took the time to attend the RNC totally felt like they were echoing that exact sentiment, right? Authenticity, standing up for what's right, standing up for the values and the principles that this country was founded on. And a lot of these celebrities that came over to the MAGA team, came over to the conservative side, only did so because of how they treated Donald Trump. They didn't plan to get involved in politics. You have amazing athletes coming out now in steadfast support of Donald Trump because of how they use the justice system against him, because they just tried to murder a former president. That is why you have these influencers and celebrities coming out. On the other side, you have no real messaging, no vision, no agenda here so far this week. You have actually really disgraceful and disturbing messages. You have abortions on buses. You have free vasectomies. You have their own
Caitlin.
voters, the Democrats' own voters. Go ahead.
Well, it looks like Oprah has made it. And you're right. The vasectomies, the abortions on demand, it's all been very odd. Here's Oprah Winfrey. Let's hear what she has to say.
Good evening, everybody! Who says you can't go home again? After watching the Obamas last night, that was some epic fire, wasn't it? Some epic fire. We're now so fired up, we can't wait to leave here and do something. And what we're going to do is elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. I am so honored to have been asked to speak on tonight's theme about what matters most to me, to you, and all of us Americans: freedom. There are people who want you to see our country as a nation of us against them, people who want to scare you, who want to rule you, people who'd have you believe that books are dangerous and assault rifles are safe, that there's a right way to worship and a wrong way to love. People who seek first to divide and then to conquer. But here's the thing. When we stand together, it is impossible to conquer us. In the words of an extraordinary American, the late Congressman John Lewis, he said, no matter what ship our ancestors arrived on, we are all in the same boat now. Congressman Lewis knew very well how far this country has come because he was one of the brilliant Americans who helped to get us where we are. But he also knew that the work is not done. The work will never be done because freedom isn't free. America is an ongoing project. It requires commitment. It requires being open to the hard work and the heart work of democracy. And every now and then, it requires standing up to life's bullies. I know this. I've lived in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Wisconsin, Maryland, Indiana, Florida, Hawaii, Colorado, California, and and sweet home Chicago, Illinois. I have actually traveled this country from the redwood forest, love those redwoods, to the Gulf Stream waters. I've seen racism and sexism and income inequality and division. I've not only seen it, at times I've been on the receiving end of it. But more often than not, what I've witnessed and experienced are human beings, both conservative and liberal, who may not agree with each other, but who'd still help you in a heartbeat if you were in trouble. These are the people who make me proud to say that I am an American. They are the best of America. And despite what some would have you think, we are not so different from our neighbors. When a house is on fire, we don't ask about the homeowner's race or religion. We don't wonder who their partner is or how they voted. No. We just try to do the best we can to save them. And if the place happens to belong to a childless cat lady, well, we try to get that cat out too. Because we are a country of people who work hard for the money. We wish our brothers and sisters well, and we pray for peace. We know all the old tricks and tropes that are designed to distract us from what actually matters, but we are beyond ridiculous tweets and lies and foolery. These are complicated times, people, and they require adult conversation. And I welcome those conversations because civilized debate is vital to democracy, and it is the best of America. Now, over the last couple of nights, we have all seen brave people walk onto this stage and share their most private pain. Amanda and Josh, Caitlin, Hadley, they told us their stories of rape and incest and near-death experiences from having the state deny them the abortion that their doctor explained was medically necessary. And they've told us these things for one reason, and that is to keep what happened to them from happening to anybody else. Because if you do not have autonomy over this, if you cannot control when and how you choose to bring your children into this world and how they are raised and supported, there is no American dream. The women and men who are battling to keep us from going back to a time of desperation and shame and stone cold fear, they are the new freedom fighters. And make no mistake, they are the best of America. I want to talk now about somebody who's not with us tonight. Tessie Prevost Williams was born in New Orleans not long after the Supreme Court ruled that segregated public schools were unconstitutional. That was in 1954, same year I was born. But I didn't have to head to first grade at the all-white McDonough 19 school with a U.S. Marshal by my side like Tessie did. And when I got to school, the building wasn't empty like it was for Tessie. You see, rather than allowing McDonough to be integrated, parents pulled their kids out of the school, leaving only Tessie and two other little black girls, Gail Etienne and Leona Tate, to sit in a classroom with the windows papered over to block snipers from attacking their 6-year-old bodies. Tessie passed away 6 weeks ago. And I tell this story to honor her tonight because she like Ruby Bridges and her friends, Leona and Gail. The New Orleans Four, they were called. They broke barriers, and they paid dearly for it. But it was the grace and guts and courage of women like Tessie Prevost Williams that paved the way for another young girl who 9 years later became part of the second class to integrate the public schools in Berkeley, California. And it seems to me that at school and at home, somebody did a beautiful job of showing this young girl how to challenge the people at the top and empower the people at the bottom. They showed her how to look at the world and see not just what is, but what can be. They instilled in her a passion for justice and freedom and the glorious fighting spirit necessary to pursue that passion. And soon, and very soon, and very soon, we're going to be teaching our daughters and sons about how this child of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, two idealistic, energetic immigrants, how this child grew up to become the 47th president of the United States. You know, let me tell you this. This election isn't about us and them. It's about you and me and what we want our futures to look like. There are choices to be made when we cast our ballot. Now, there's a certain candidate that says if we just go to the polls this one time, that we'll never have to do it again. Well, you know what? You're looking at a registered independent who's proud to vote again and again and again because I'm an American and that's what Americans do. Voting is the best of America. And I have always, since I was eligible to vote, I've always voted my values. And that is what is needed in this election now more than ever. So I'm calling on all you independents and all you undecideds. You know this is true. You know I'm telling you the truth, that values and character matter most of all. In leadership and in life. And more than anything, you know this is true, that decency and respect are on the ballot in 2024. And just plain common sense. Common sense tells you that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz can give us decency and respect. They're the ones that give it to us. So, we are Americans. We are Americans. Let us choose loyalty to the Constitution over loyalty to any individual. Because that's the best of America. And let us choose optimism over cynicism, because that's the best of America. And let us choose inclusion over retribution. Let us choose common sense over nonsense. Because that's the best of America. and let us choose the sweet promise of tomorrow over the bitter return to yesterday. We won't go back. We won't be set back, pushed back, bullied back, kicked back. We're not going back. Not going back. We're not going back. So, let us choose. Let us choose truth. Let us choose honor. And let us choose joy. Because that's the best of America. But more than anything else, let us choose freedom. Why? Because that's the best of America. We're all Americans, and together, let's all choose Kamala Harris. Thank you, Chicago. Thank you, America.
You get a Kamala, you get a Kamala. I'm struck by all the platitudes. Obviously, Oprah Winfrey has been at the top of her game for many, many years as a talk show host, but now telling the nation how they should vote in the next election. Is going to be a video, as you can see there. She was the surprise big name tonight and has now pushed the program by the way, way back. We'll get to the substance of her speech, or what existed in terms of substance, in a second. But just to reiterate, there are several more speakers, including Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, who's kind of a rising star in the party. This could be an opportunity for him to kind of start laying down a marker for future elections. Keep an eye on him. Pete Buttigieg, the former mayor there in South Bend, who's a transportation secretary and has dreams of one day making it to the White House. Amy Klobuchar, the senator of Minnesota, will come there before a student who was a student with then teacher Tim Walz. There's talk of some of his former football players coming out for the coach. Remember, he was the assistant coach, not the kind of head coach they suggest of a championship team. You list all of these people out, in addition to John Legend and Sheila E. doing music, and we're almost at 11 p.m. Eastern, just like night one when Joe Biden, poor old Joe, was pushed back and back and back. Tim Walz is going to get pushed back. Most of America might not even see the running mate. So how they disorganized this whole thing has been is part of the story as well. Let's listen in to Wes Moore, governor of Maryland.
Thank you. Thank you. On March 26th, at 1:30 in the morning, a container ship the length of 3 football fields slammed into the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, and the bridge collapsed. A port that drives 13% of our state's economy was now closed. Thousands of workers were hours away from waking up and realizing they no longer had a job. 6 Marylanders who had been on the bridge in the middle of the night fixing potholes lost their lives. And one of the first phone calls that I got that morning started with these 3 words: Gov, it's Kamala. She said, I know you spoke to the president, and I want you to know we are here with you every step of the way. Now, I joined the Army when I was 17. In fact, I was too young to sign the paperwork. I had to ask my mom to sign the paperwork for me because I don't have bone spurs. I led soldiers in combat in Afghanistan. And my training taught me that you never learn anything about anybody when times are easy. You learn everything you need to know about somebody when times are hard and when the temperature gets turned up. And America, I saw that Kamala Harris is the right one to lead in this moment firsthand. And united with the Almighty God's grace, we brought closure to the families of the 6 victims. And while many said it could take 11 months to reopen the port of Baltimore, we got it done in 11 weeks. Because that is the story of America. We are a nation of patriots who serve when the mission is hard and who serve when the destination is uncertain. And I know our history is imperfect. The unevenness of the American journey has made some skeptical. But I'm not asking you to give up your skepticism. I just want that skepticism to be your companion and not your captor. And I'm asking that you join us in the work. Because making America great doesn't mean telling people you're not wanted. And loving your country does not mean lying about its history. Making America great means saying the ambitions of this country would be incomplete without your help. It's the legacy of those 6 workers who fixed potholes on a bridge while we slept, who were born in a different country, but who knew that America was big enough for them too. It's the journey. It's the journey of a man raised by a remarkable immigrant single mom, a man who felt handcuffs on his wrists at 11 years old, who now stands before you as the 63rd governor of Maryland and the first black governor in the history of our state. It's the story of a prosecutor who defended our freedoms and had Maryland's back when we needed it most. And now, MVP, we've got your back as well. That's right. It's my fellow veteran, my brother, and the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. And now, Tim knows that in the military, you count the days towards mission completion. So guess what, y'all? We have got 75 days and a wake up until Election Day. 75 days in a wake-up for us to prove what Americans can do when the pressure is on. 75 days in a wake-up for us to show that true patriots do not whine and complain. We put our heads down and we get to work. 75 days and a wake-up to build a future that those who came before us hope for, and those who come after us that they deserve. And 75 days and a wake-up to elect a leader who is willing to believe in the best of us, and that leader is Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States. Thank you, God bless you, and let's leave no one behind.
Okay, Wes Moore, the relatively new governor of Maryland, has been compared by some political analysts to a young Barack Obama as a rising black politician. I'm not sure he met the moment there. Certainly did not reach the heights of that keynote address in 2004 at the Democratic Convention in Boston, where Barack Obama made his name. Here's Mayor Pete, by the way, the Transportation Secretary.
Here's a sentence I never thought I'd hear myself saying. I'm Pete Buttigieg, and you might recognize me from Fox News. I believe in going anywhere, in service of a good cause, and friends, we gather in a very good cause, electing Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, the next president and vice president of the United States. The choice could not be clearer. Donald Trump rants about law and order, as if he wasn't a convicted criminal running against a prosecutor. As if we were going to forget that crime was higher on his watch. Talks about the forgotten man, hoping we'll forget that the only economic promise that he actually kept was to cut taxes for the rich. And don't even get me started on his new running mate. At least Mike Pence was polite. J.D. Vance is one of those guys who thinks if you don't live the life that he has in mind for you, then you don't count. Someone who said that if you don't have kids, you have, quote, no physical commitment to the future of this country. You know, Senator, when I deployed to Afghanistan, I didn't have kids then. Many of the men and women who went outside the wire with me didn't have kids either. But let me tell you, our commitment to the future of this country was pretty damn physical. Choosing a guy like J.D. Vance to be America's next vice president sends a message. And the message is that they are doubling down on negativity and grievance. Committing to a concept of campaigning best summed up in one word: darkness. Darkness is what they are selling. The thing is, I just don't believe that America today is in the market for darkness. I believe America is ready for a better kind of politics. Yes, politics at its worst can be ugly, crushing, demeaning, but it doesn't have to be. At its best, politics can be empowering, uplifting. It can even be a kind of soul craft. My faith teaches me that the world isn't made up of good people and bad people, but rather that each of us is capable of good and bad things. And I believe leaders matter because of what they bring out in each of us, the good or the bad. Right now, the other side is appealing to what is smallest within you. They're telling you that greatness comes from going back to the past. They're telling you that anyone different from you is a threat. They're telling you that your neighbor or nephew or daughter who disagrees with you politically isn't just wrong, but is now the enemy. I believe in a better politics, one that finds us at our most decent and open and brave. The kind of politics that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are offering. And as you have felt these many days, that kind of politics also just feels better to be part of. There is joy in it, as well as power. And if all of that sounds naive, let me insist that I have come to this view not by way of idealism, but by way of experience. Not just the experience of my unlikely career. Someone like me serving in Indiana, serving in Washington, serving in uniform. I'm thinking of something much more basic. I'm thinking of dinner time at our house in Michigan. When the dog is barking and the air fryer is beeping and the mac and cheese is boiling over, and it feels like all the political negotiating experience in the world is not enough for me to get our 3-year-old son and our 3-year-old daughter to just wash their hands and sit at the table. It's the part of our day when politics seems the most distant, and yet the makeup of our kitchen table, the existence of my family, is just one example of something that was literally impossible as recently as 25 years ago, when an anxious teenager growing up in Indiana wondered if he would ever find belonging in this world. This kind of life went from impossible to possible, from possible to real, from real to almost ordinary in less than half a lifetime. But that didn't just happen. It was brought about through idealism and courage, through organizing and persuasion and storytelling, and yes, through politics, the right kind of politics. The kind of politics that can make an impossible dream into an everyday reality. I don't presume to know what it's like in your kitchen, but I know, as sure as I am standing here, that everything in it, the bills you pay at that table, the shape of the family that sits there, the fears and the dreams that you talk about late into the night there, all of it compels us to demand more from our politics than a rerun of some TV wrestling death match. So this November, we get to choose. We get to choose our president. We get to choose our policies, but most of all, we will choose a better politics. A politics that calls us to our better selves and offers us a better everyday. That is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz represents. That is what Democrats represent. That is what awaits us when America decides to end Trump's politics of darkness once and for all. That is what we choose when we embrace the leaders who are out there building bridges and reject the ones who are out there banning books. This is what we will work for every day to November and beyond. So let's go win this. Thank you, Democrats. Thank you.
Wow. Pete Buttigieg at one point saying, quote, darkness is what they're selling on the Republican side, as one speaker after another, including himself, is trying to sell darkness about Donald Trump and all negativity, including Oprah Winfrey a few moments ago. And by the way, we're expecting a musical performance in a moment, so we'll check in on that. But Oprah Winfrey may be a little surprised that Donald Trump's campaign team has dug up a letter she wrote to him years ago in which she praised him endlessly. This is about the year 2000 and said, quote, too bad we're not running for office. What a team, exclamation point. So amazing how these celebrities turned on Donald Trump once he ran for president as a Republican. She wanted to be on a ticket with Donald Trump at one time. Now out there tonight trying to sell a little darkness of her own. So remember, we're now a bit over time in terms of getting to the running mate for Kamala Harris, Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota. There's still the senator from Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar, who is going to be sort of teeing him up along with some of his former, I guess, students and football players. So there's all that before we get to Tim Walz. Plus, we're told anyway, unless they move things around, a musical act where John Legend and Sheila E. may be coming out for a tribute at some point to Prince. So what do we have now? Is this music? It looks like John Legend and Sheila E. Let's listen in. Well, the focus was supposed to be a tribute to Prince with one of his songs. I was wondering if it'd be Purple Rain, but you know what? That is appropriate. This could be the new theme song for Democrats. Let's go crazy. Some of this convention has been a little crazy, a little negative, a little hypocritical when they're trying to sell quote unquote joy. And it's really just a lot of darkness and attacks directed at former President Donald Trump. So we're still waiting on the policy plans, the deep dive into issues that the mainstream media says presidential candidates and nominees should focus on. Remember, the media spent several weeks now saying Donald Trump should focus less on insults and more on policies. He's doing that day after day. Today it was national security in North Carolina. Yesterday, fighting crime in Michigan. The day before was talking about the economy, inflation, jobs, all of that in battleground Pennsylvania. That's 3 straight days on the issues, in addition to some other days last week. This convention has been light on policy, heavy on attacks. Here is Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota, the home state, of course, of Governor Tim Walz.
That was a warm-up act. On behalf of the great state of Minnesota, where purple reigns, I stand before you in support of our next Vice President, Tim Walz. In Minnesota, we trust a coach who turned a team that was 0-27 into state champions. In Minnesota, we trust a hunter who has stood in a deer stand in 10-degree weather. In Minnesota, we trust a candidate who has made a viral video on how to change a burnt-out headlight. And I know we aren't alone, but in Minnesota, we love a dad in plaid. So Tim and I go way back. He taught high school right down the road from where my husband John grew up. My mother-in-law even brought him and Gwen a Parmesan chicken dinner when their son was born. That's what we do in America. We look out for our neighbors. Tim has been doing that his whole life, on the farm and in the factory, with his students and his fellow service members. And the truth is, that matters. Who better to take on the price of gas than a guy who could pull over to help change your tire? Who better to serve our nation than a guy who has served in uniform? Who better to find common ground than a guy with Midwestern common sense? A former football coach knows how to level the playing field. And a former public school teacher knows how to school the likes of J.D. Vance. What you've done with your life matters, and what you do with power matters too. Tim has delivered paid leave, school lunches, and the biggest tax cut in Minnesota history. A Democrat from a red district in a purple state, Tim has brought Minnesota together. And together with Vice President Kamala Harris, I know he will do the same for our nation. America, there is so much that we share, so much that connects us. Way up north in Minnesota, out of Lake Itasca, flows the Mississippi River. It starts small and it grows wider. It flows down to Wisconsin and to Iowa. It goes down to Illinois and to Missouri. It goes to Kentucky and Tennessee. It goes to Arkansas, and it goes way down to Mississippi. And then it goes all the way down to New Orleans, Louisiana, where the spirit of our nation's resilience abounds. So let us commit here and now to cross the river of our divides to get to a higher ground. And let us join together to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
Please welcome Ben Ingman from Minnesota.
Tim Walz is the kind of guy you can count on to push you out of a snowbank. I know this because Tim Walz has pushed me out of a snowbank. I grew up next door to the Walzes in Mankato. Mr. Walz was also my geography teacher and my coach. Not for high school football, but for 7th grade basketball and track. So what was a high school football coach doing, coaching 7th grade basketball and track? Well, there was a kid in the high school who couldn't afford to pay for lunch, and he ran up a lot of debt. And Tim and Gwen decided they'd help pay it off. They started calling around the district to see if there were any positions they could fill to make a little extra money, and that's how he wound up coaching us 7th graders. That's right. Coach Walz got us excited about what we might achieve together. He believed in us, and he helped us believe in each other. And his leadership stuck. That track team went on to win a state title, just like the football team. That's right. Speaking of which, come on out, Scarlets. Yeah! You know, all this got me thinking about the kinds of leaders we need. We want the people in charge to be genuine, compassionate, and trustworthy. The thing is, there are people in our neighborhoods who fit this description. The kind of people who display quiet leadership by helping kids pay for their lunches, by bringing teams together to believe in each other. And when we're stuck in the snow, they push us out. Well, in my neighborhood, we always wish that people like that would run for office. Well, in my neighborhood, someone like that did run for office. And he's going to be a wonderful vice president. Thanks very much.
Out here in the wide open spaces, we are reminded of the values we share: a commitment to community, country, and standing up for what's right. Tim Walz grew up in a small town in Nebraska where he spent summers working the family farm. There were just 24 students in his graduating class. His dad served during the Korean War, and that meant a lot to Tim. So he enlisted right after his 17th birthday and served 24 years in the National Guard, rising to Command Sergeant Major. Tim went to college on the GI Bill and became a social studies teacher. That's where Tim and I met. We shared a classroom with a divider right down the middle. His classroom was a lot louder than mine, but I could hear how engaged his students were. Tim taught for over 15 years, and he coached football, helping lead the team to a state championship after 0 wins just a few years before. Tim taught them how to believe in themselves and that we're all in this together. When one of our students started the school's Gay Straight Alliance, Tim agreed to serve as faculty advisor because he knew how impactful it would be to have a football coach involved. He inspired his students, and he changed lives.
He is just so joyful in everything that he does, but I think also standing up for, what he believes to be right, stands up to bullies.
Then, Tim's students inspired him to run for Congress in southern Minnesota. Tim spent a lot of time working with Republicans, fighting to help farmers and expanding veterans' benefits. Whether it was in Congress or as governor, his focus has always been helping working people like those he grew up with. That's why he fought for the largest tax cut in Minnesota state history.
But Tim Walz was there for small businesses like ours.
With the urging of Governor Walz, we were able to pass the Alex Smith Insulin Affordability Act, and it has saved lives in Minnesota.
With Tim as governor, Minnesota is one of the best places to raise a family and one of the best states for business. Tim's a lifelong hunter and gun owner. But after the Sandy Hook school shooting, he knew that we had to do something. So he's fought for background checks and red flag laws. But of all the things he's done, Tim loves being a dad. We struggled to have kids, and fertility treatments made it possible. There's a reason our daughter is named Hope. Hope and Gus mean the world to us.
Governor Walz making good on a promise to his son and family yesterday by getting them a puppy.
Then we're going to go get some food, corn dog.
I'm vegetarian.
Turkey then. And
Turkey's meat.
Not in Minnesota, turkey special.
He's as at home on a farm, a fishing boat, a football field, or a factory floor as he is on the floor of Congress. Tim's commitment to service all comes back to the values we grew up with. Love your country, help your neighbor, and fight for what's right. Because that's what America is all about.
Two middle-class kids. One, a daughter of Oakland, California. The other, a son of the Nebraska Plains, only in America. Is it possible for them together to make it all the way to the White House?
Please welcome the Democratic nominee for Vice President, Governor Tim Walz.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Well, thank you. Thank you, first of all, to Vice President Harris. Thanks for putting your trust in me and for inviting me to be part of this incredible campaign. And a thank you to President Joe Biden for 4 years of strong, historic leadership. It's the honor of my life to accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States. We're all here tonight for one beautiful, simple reason. We love this country. So thank you to all of you here in Chicago and all of you watching at home tonight. Thank you for your passion. Thank you for your determination. And most of all, thank you for bringing the joy to this fight. Now, I grew up in Butte, Nebraska. a town of 400 people. I had 24 kids in my high school class, and none of them went to Yale. But I'll tell you what, growing up in a small town like that, you learn how to take care of each other. That family down the road, they may not think like you do. They may not pray like you do. They may not love like you do, but they're your neighbors. And you look out for them, and they look out for you. Everybody belongs, and everybody has a responsibility to contribute. For me, it was serving in the Army National Guard. I joined up 2 days after my 17th birthday, and I proudly wore our nation's uniform for 24 years. My dad, a Korean War era Army veteran, died of lung cancer a couple years later. He left behind a mountain of medical debt. Thank God for Social Security survivor benefits. And thank God for the GI Bill that allowed my dad and me to go to college, and millions of other Americans. Eventually, like the rest of my family, I fell in love with teaching. Three out of 4 of us married teachers. I wound up teaching social studies and coaching football at Mankato West High School. Go Scarlets! We ran a 44 defense. We played through to the whistle on every single play, and we even won a state championship. Never closed the yearbook, people. But it was those players and my students who inspired me to run for Congress. They saw in me what I had hoped to instill in them, a commitment to the common good, an understanding that we're all in this together, and the belief that a single person can make a real difference for their neighbors. So there I was, a 40-something high school teacher with little kids, 0 political experience, and no money, running in a deep red district. But you know what? Never underestimate a public school teacher. Never. I represented my neighbors in Congress for 12 years, and I learned an awful lot. I learned how to work across the aisle on issues like growing the rural economies and taking care of veterans. And I learned how to compromise without compromising my values. Then I came back to serve as governor, and we got right to work, making a difference in our neighbors' lives. We cut taxes for the middle class. We passed paid family and medical leave. We invested in fighting crime and affordable housing. We cut the cost of prescription drugs and helped people escape the kind of medical debt that nearly sank my family. And we made sure that every kid in our state gets breakfast and lunch every day. So while other states were banning books from their schools, we were banishing hunger from ours. We also protected reproductive freedom because in Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and the personal choices they make. And even if we wouldn't make those same choices for ourselves, we've got a golden rule. Mind your own damn business. And that includes IVF and fertility treatments. And this is personal for Gwen and I. If you've never experienced the hell that is infertility, I guarantee you, you know somebody who has. And I can remember praying each night for a phone call, the pit in your stomach when the phone would ring, and the absolute agony when we heard the treatments hadn't worked. It took Gwen and I years, but we had access to fertility treatments. And when our daughter was born, we named her Hope. Hope, Gus, and Gwen, you are my entire world, and I love you. I'm letting you in on how we started a family, because this is a big part about what this election is about. Freedom. When Republicans use the word freedom, they mean that the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. Corporations free to pollute your air and water. And banks free to take advantage of customers. But when we Democrats talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make a better life for yourself and the people that you love. Freedom to make your own health care decisions. And yeah, your kids' freedom to go to school without worrying about being shot dead in the hall. Look, I know guns. I'm a veteran. I'm a hunter. And I was a better shot than most Republicans in Congress, and I got the trophies to prove it. But I'm also a dad. I believe in the Second Amendment, but I also believe our first responsibility is to keep our kids safe. That's what this is all about. The responsibility we have to our kids, to each other, and to the future that we're building together, in which everyone is free to build the kind of life they want. But not everyone has that same sense of responsibility. Some folks just don't understand what it takes to be a good neighbor. Take Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Their Project 2025 will make things much, much harder for people who are just trying to live their lives. They spent a lot of time pretending they know nothing about this. But look, I coached high school football long enough to know, and trust me on this, when somebody takes the time to draw up a playbook, they're going to use it. And we know if these guys get back in the White House, they'll start jacking up the costs on the middle class, they'll repeal the Affordable Care Act, they'll gut Social Security and Medicare, and they will ban abortion across this country, with or without Congress. Here's the thing, it's an agenda nobody asked for. It's an agenda that serves nobody except the richest and the most extreme amongst us. And it's an agenda that does nothing for our neighbors in need. Is it weird? Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's also wrong, and it's dangerous. It's not just me saying so. It's Trump's own people. They were with him for 4 years. They're warning us that the next 4 years will be much, much worse. You know, when I was teaching every year, we'd elect a student body president. And you know what? Those teenagers could teach Donald Trump a hell of a lot about what a leader is. Leaders don't spend all day insulting people and blaming others. Leaders do the work. So I don't know about you, I'm ready to turn the page on these guys. So go ahead, say it with me. We're not going back. We've got something better to offer the American people. It starts with our candidate, Kamala Harris. from her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, as an attorney general, as a United States senator, and then our vice president, she's fought on the side of the American people. She's taken on the predators and fraudsters. She's taken down the transnational gangs, and she stood up to powerful corporate interests. She has never hesitated to reach across that aisle if it meant improving your lives. And she's always done it with energy, with passion, and with joy. Folks, we've got a chance to make Kamala Harris the next president of the United States. But I think we owe it to the American people to tell them exactly what she'd do as president before we ask them for their votes. So here, this is the part, clip and save it and send it to your undecided relatives so they know. If you're a middle-class family or a family trying to get into the middle class, Kamala Harris is going to cut your taxes. If you're getting squeezed by prescription drug prices, Kamala Harris is going to take on Big Pharma. If you're hoping to buy a home, Kamala Harris is going to help make it more affordable. And no matter who you are, Kamala Harris is going to stand up and fight for your freedom to live the life that you want to lead. Because that's what we want for ourselves, and it's what we want for our neighbors. You know, you might not know it, but I haven't given a lot of big speeches like this. But I have given a lot of pep talks. So let me finish with this, team. It's the fourth quarter. We're down a field goal, but we're on offense and we've got the ball. We're driving down the field. And boy, do we have the right team. Kamala Harris is tough. Kamala Harris is experienced, and Kamala Harris is ready. Our job for everyone watching is to get in the trenches and do the blocking and tackling. 1 inch at a time, 1 yard at a time, 1 phone call at a time, 1 door knock at a time, 1 $5 donation at a time. Look, we got 76 days. That's nothing. There'll be time to sleep when you're dead. We're going to leave it on the field. That's how we'll keep moving forward. That's how we'll turn the page on Donald Trump. That's how we'll build a country where workers come first. Healthcare and housing are human rights. And the government stays the hell out of your bedroom. That's how we make America a place where no child is left hungry, where no community is left behind, where nobody gets told they don't belong. That's how we're gonna fight. And as the next president of the United States always says, when we fight, when we fight, when we fight, thank you. God bless.
You can see Tim Walz and his wife there. This is the biggest night of his political life, at least. There's his son, who's been so excited. And it's certainly always wonderful to see family moments, regardless of which party, which approach they have. We'll get to the substance of what he said and a lot of lies that he just told, for sure. But we'll obviously give him this moment because you could see he was touching his heart as he came out and had his football players from the team out there. Others he taught in school, his daughter named Hope, which he talked about fertility treatments. And it's interesting because that is one of many substantive issues where Tim Walz has, let's just say it, lied. Megyn Kelly is on social media pointing out that he deliberately said that they used quote-unquote fertility treatments, which is different than his explicit claim, now deemed to be false, that they used IVF. And why that's important, according to Megyn Kelly, is that he has been out there, Tim Walz, out on the stump, falsely claiming that J.D. Vance, his counterpart as the Republican running mate, is against IVF treatment. J.D. Vance is not against that. But you see, if you claim falsely that your family used that treatment, it might help you politically to make a case against someone, a false case against someone. This gives you an idea of the depths, the depths to which they'll go to prosecute false cases, to use these false claims against the Republican ticket. Another important note, obviously a night like this where you're the keynoter is a chance to introduce yourself to the American people, introduce your family, as I mentioned. But a big part of that story, beyond being a coach and a public school teacher, was his military record. And he talked about it, but did not offer any new explanation, no apology for the lies that have been told about his exact title and rank, and about his false claim that he had used weapons of war, and suggesting that he had been in combat, which he never was. So you're getting a narrative that the Democrat ticket is pushing, and you're not getting all the facts. Let's put it that way. I think we have our friend Hogan Gidley up and ready for some live reaction. Hogan, your thoughts? Let's start there. I mean, this is a man, let's just say it. He's lied about his record on a number of things. This IVF story has really gained steam in the last couple of days, because if you're going to lie about your family like that, people are wondering, what will you not lie about?
Yeah. Also, that's it. I was watching, having it on the background here. I'm like, that's the speech. Like, yeah. What is happening here? I know it's really late and everything, but that was very short. I don't really know anything about him now I didn't know before. And while you're trying to use those moments to introduce yourself, understand this whole shtick about Midwestern Tim, you know, dad in plaid, the flannel, the whole thing. I'm sorry. It is not going to play when you find out that Tim Walz wants to use your tax dollars to give free health care to illegal aliens, or free college to illegal aliens, to make sure that there are tampons in boys' bathrooms in high school. It is not going to play that he wanted to defund the police, that he used his own National Guard to shoot paintballs at his citizens in Minnesota when they dared step on their front porch during COVID.
That's right.
This guy is the embodiment of all the radical ideas that Kamala Harris would love to implement from the federal level. Tim Walz did them in Minnesota at the gubernatorial level, at the state level. And so the more people see of Kamala Harris, you know they don't like her. I mean, that's been played out before in the last presidential cycle. The more they find out about this guy with the lies on his DUI, as you just said, the lie about his coaching prowess, for heaven's sakes, too. Yeah. Like he was some head coach. He was like an assistant coach, a position coach, a volunteer coach, or something like that, lying about the IVF. The more you start to understand about this guy, the worse it becomes for that Democrat ticket.
That's right. Hogan, I want to get to your former boss, Donald Trump, in a minute, but let's hold that for a second, because you make such an important point at the top that I want to kind of pick apart a little bit. That's it, you said. I've covered so many of these. You've been at so many of these, Democrat, Republican, and there's meat on the bones. There's substance. There's here's what we're going to do on the economy. Here's what we're going to do with Israel. I don't think he mentioned the word Israel, our most important ally in the Mideast. There's a hot war going on. What about Iran? What about their proxies? I mean, we could go through 10 or 15 big issues, and he just didn't touch any of it.
Yeah, I saw him come up on stage. I sat down. I wanted to watch it. I had my computer up with Twitter, as we do kind of in the news business and the politics business. I'm following along. And by the time I got settled in, I started taking a few notes. And I looked up and he was like, "Thank you, good night." And I was like, wait. It was so confusing. I thought I would hear a much more compelling narrative about who he is. Now, he's a fired up guy. He comes out and flails around with the arm motions and everything, kind of makes people make fun of him for that. But nonetheless, it still comes down to policy. And as you're talking about, there were no prescriptions for any of the things that they wanted to do to improve our lives. And you've seen this throughout the entire convention. They broke it. So to pretend as though they're going to fix it is disingenuous on its face. And then when they say they can do it, so you're telling me you can fix the economy and keep us from paying high prices for gas and for groceries right now, and you're not going to do it for 5 more months? You're going to make us suffer until next year if you were to get sworn in? This whole thing is built on a weird notion that somehow they haven't been in power or control for the last 4 years, when everyone in this country knows they have, because we've all felt the brunt of their bad policies.
So tomorrow night, when Kamala Harris comes out as the keynote, if we don't know yet, we haven't seen the speech, but if she does not lay out specific prescriptions for these many problems, as you say correctly, that have played out, that have been caused by the Biden-Harris administration, is that a tell that they think they can, with the mainstream media's help and protection, just try to at least run out the clock? Because every time she put out a specific, last week, price controls, the corporate tax increase, the capital gains tax, she's gotten beaten up even by the Washington Post and others on the left. So if she doesn't get into specifics tomorrow night, is that a tell that they think they can fool the American people and just run this out without putting a lot on the table?
Yeah, but it's not a tell, Ed. This is the strategy. And why wouldn't they think they could get away with it? They did it in 2020. They left Joe Biden in a basement. No one pressed him on anything. It was all about Donald Trump's bad. This is exactly what this convention is. But as much as we hate the mainstream media, the legacy media, understand their power. In 3 weeks, they got a sitting president to decide not to run for re-election. A guy who's held office for half of a century. They have that kind of power. And so they realize, as I always say, it's not just who they prosecute, it's who they protect. They're protecting Kamala Harris right now, and I don't see an end in that. People think after this is all over and we get through next week and the holiday coming up, they'll start to ask some questions. Maybe, but you're voting in a couple of weeks in a few of these states at that point. And if you're not asking her to define what she's going to do and call her out on her radical policies that have already been proven to hurt the American people, I don't know what you're doing as a quote-unquote journalist.
Yeah, absolutely. So on the question of their theme, right, which is joy, and he's led with that, as Bill Clinton did, and everyone, the Obamas, and then the Obamas slashed former President Trump. Joy, but he's a racist. Was their claim, their false claim. I saw while Tim Walz, you're right, I was following social media during the speech like you were, and I saw Donald Trump Jr. repost something interesting from the conservative Glenn Beck. And Beck had a series of notes. They need you to hate Donald Trump, he wrote, more than inflation. They need you to hate Donald Trump more than open borders. And you get the idea. There were 4 or 5 of these. Is that what's going on? It's an interesting idea that you just demonize Trump and hope people forget about the problems over here.
Yeah, and they did that in 2020 because you want to make it a referendum on your opponent always. And if the left can make this about Donald Trump as opposed to the pain you feel and you're suffering every single day because of their policies, they're going to do really well in November. So it's incumbent upon the campaign and all of us to not just remind people how we got to this point, but also to remind people of the good policies that made your life better, regardless of your race, religion, color, or creed under Donald Trump. Make this a referendum on Kamala Harris. And to this point, that's been difficult to do for a whole myriad of reasons. But she's the nominee now. She's at the top of the ticket. And when she had the chance to moderate, even though she was floating these things out kind of with unnamed sources, positions she held 3 weeks ago, not 3 years ago, 3 weeks ago, The media is letting her get away with that. I'm not letting her get away with it. The fact is, she is the most radical most radical person ever to run for president. She's more radical than Joe Biden and less likable than Joe Biden. That's the fight. Glenn Beck is absolutely correct there. They want to make this about Donald Trump. We have to make it about the people and how their lives have suffered under Democrat rule and policies.
So let's talk about the former president, because there was criticism in recent weeks. We've talked about it here on N2 with you and others, from even some Republicans saying, Mr. Trump, please don't get drawn into that BS about you're a racist, I'm not a racist, insult, back and forth. Talk about the issues. I've seen adjustments, as I'm sure you have, where every day this week, for example, but even last week there was some of this, Donald Trump's been in a battleground state. He's talked about some of the insults back and forth, let's be honest, but has focused mostly on Monday, the economy. Tuesday, it was fighting crime. Today, it was national security. Tomorrow, by the way, he's going to Arizona and is going to talk about the border crisis. Do you think the campaign's made the adjustments they need to make then, moving forward here, to deal with this demonized Trump strategy on the left, so you go back to basics and focus on the issues?
I think so. And look, I don't know that all of us were criticizing it. We just said that that's how you're going to win the election from a strategic standpoint, is to focus on those issues. Look, Donald Trump could give a 2-hour speech and say everything about policy from top to bottom, whether it be the border or crime or the economy, Iran policy, China policy, and then on the way out the door go, hey, by the way, you know, I don't like Kamala Harris's dress. And that'll be the entire, focus of the media. So he does talk about policy at all of these speeches. I think they're doing things a little bit differently now, playing a lot of her clips at these rallies, as you've seen, in her own words, kind of showing her radical nature. And that's good. But that's what the American people care about. The crowd size argument, for example, what he's really talking about there is the fact that he has big crowds and the media won't cover it. And they mock him if it's a crowd of 10,000 as opposed to 100,000. And if Kamala Harris shows up with 2,000, they say she's the greatest thing on the planet. So I understand his frustration. But the real crowd that Kamala Harris is able to draw, that's record-setting, are the tens of millions of people she's drawn across the southern border to come into this country illegally. That's the crowd size Donald Trump should be focused on, because the American people are focused on it. It's a drain on our resources. It's a drain on our healthcare system, on our education system, not to mention the fact you're importing crime. The crowd size that people are worried about are the ones that Kamala Harris led into this country. That's what the fight's over.
Hogan, we appreciate you staying up late with us. We'll check in with you in the days ahead. Hogan Gidley, thank you. Let's get a Democrat perspective with Jason Nichols now. He's been in Chicago. Jason, you probably heard at least the end of that from Hogan. The summary is there's been talk of joy by the Democrats, but really a lot of attacks on Donald Trump instead of laying out your plans to fix some of these problems. How do you react?
So first of all, I would say that there's talk of joy and there's an energy of joy in those buildings, or in that building. Every night that I've been there, it's been just this big, joyous occasion. So I don't think that there's anything fake or false about that. That's just the reality of it. But Donald Trump is the opponent. And so we have to mark out our differences from Donald Trump. And some of those are policy and some of those are just plain character. So you've got to point out some of the things he's done, like what we saw last night with the former president, President Obama, pointing out, or his wife actually, pointing out the birther conspiracies that kind of birthed the Trump movement and, put him into the political spotlight. How divisive that was. And we don't want to go back. And I think that that is part of the message that they're trying to get across by showing who Donald Trump is and why we oppose him.
Okay, Jason, in the last minute we have then, but what about, they're also saying joy and forward. We're not going back. So you made the case not going back. But where's the specifics on battling inflation, battling the border crisis?
Well, I think that, first of all, I just want to be clear, and I love Hogan. Hogan's my guy. You know, there's all this talk about Kamala Harris controlling the border. That was not Kamala Harris's position. She was supposed to look at the root causes of migration in the Northern Triangle of Central America.
But that's in the past too, pardon me. That's in the past.
Sure.
A lot of people in the media said she was. The point is, here we are now. She's the nominee for president. What's she going to do to fix the border? After 3 days, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, because you haven't heard from Kamala Harris yet. So when you hear from Kamala Harris, you will hear her plans for many different things, including addressing the issues that we have at our southern border. And again, James Lankford put forth a plan that was bipartisan, that had gotten support from both sides. Nobody got everything they wanted, but conservatives got more of what they wanted, but it was killed by Donald Trump. And I think that's another point that they want to drive home.
All right. The former president continues to deny that. There's been a fight about that. You're right. Jason Nichols, we're going to hold you to it. We hope to have you back tomorrow night. We'll see if Kamala Harris gets specific as you think she will. Jason, thank you. We appreciate your insight. We appreciate everybody watching us, streaming us here on N2. It's been an incredible 3 nights. We'll be back tomorrow night with the briefing at 6 p.m. Eastern, and then I'll be back to helm live coverage with the whole team, 9 p.m. Eastern to midnight, as we finally see Kamala Harris and maybe, just maybe, her plans. See you tomorrow night.
Vote for America 2024. Federal agencies urge every family to have an
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
By mid-1944, German military occupation engulfed the continent of Europe, while across the English Channel, an armada of men and equipment was preparing to take it back. On the 5th of June, Allied armies from the United States, Great Britain, and Canada joined those from Australia, Belgium, Czechoslovakia, France, Greece, New Zealand, Norway.
Heart attacks can happen at any time. If you suffer cardiac arrest outside of a hospital, you have just a 7% chance of surviving.
That's why this world-renowned cardiologist brings you the simple Heart Cure diet and meal plan. Start improving your heart health now with this easy-to-follow program that combines expert advice with hundreds of delicious heart-healthy recipes. See improvements in as little as 28 days. Claim your free copy today. Go online or call the number on your screen.
I heard you weren't too happy with this particular network, Fox, but...
Are you getting everything from Medicare you deserve? You need Medicare for You.
It took 34 years to build, but on August 15, 1914, the Panama Canal was officially opened for business and was quickly crowned one of the...
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran...
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident.